Just checking the socials. Give me a second. Okay, well, it looks like it came up on the book. Good deal. Let me check the other page and then we'll get started. Is it actually acting right tonight? It is. It's about time, StreamYard. It's the first time I did not have to redo the descriptions. Awesome. Okay, hold on. I'll make sure it's showing up on the tube. Okay, fantastic. All right, let me go ahead and mute. Let's go ahead and mute the high vibration music. Okay, you guys, we're getting a late start, but yet we're here. Hey, I want CGK. Why do I always have a hard time with the initials? Hey, love. Thank you for tuning in again. Shout out to all of my DzPeepz. I really do appreciate all of you so much for continuing to return to my channel. I know it's super late, but I had stuff I had to take care of after Jag's live ended that just took way longer than I expected. So I was, of course, not planning to start at 1:45 a.m., but yet we're here. Hey, Nafisha, shout out. I saw you in the chat on Jag's live tonight. So again, thanks to everybody who's been supporting the Queen. And give me just 1 second. Okay. And so before we get started, because I do want to get right into it because of the time, I want to make sure that we can actually review both of the lives tonight. I'm going to be reviewing and reacting to Jonathan Hayes' interview that he did on Real Life Productions. Shout out to Jonathan Hayes. Shout out to Queen Jaguar Wright. Shout out to Real Life Productions. We will be getting right into it tonight. And shout out to Odell. I was so glad I got a chance to catch Jaguar's live earlier. My phone, I don't know if it's because I was cooking or if just my phone didn't play the notification, but I didn't actually get to see it when it first started. So I will catch the replay later today. And it was, it's always dope to be able to join her panel and give some words of encouragement. So I wanted to come back tonight so we could actually review the interviews that's going to give more information and more insight. So again, shout out to King Jonathan Hay for continuing to speak his truth fearlessly. And shout out to Queen Jaguar Wright for continuing to speak her truth fearlessly as well. So thank you guys for being in the comments already. Definitely do appreciate it. She said, I'm just getting back home, going to put the stuff away. I was at Target when you guys were alive. Yeah, no, it's cool. Like I said, I was down in the kitchen cooking because I made vegetarian spaghetti tonight with mushroom, Roma tomatoes, roasted red pepper, and red onion. and like some minced garlic, and it actually came out really good. And so I was down in the kitchen and I was doing laundry, and then by the time I got done eating and coming upstairs, I saw she was on live. So yeah, I got a chance to join in and jump in the panel. And it's always good to be able to jump in and, like I said, give, words of encouragement, because I know that Jaguar gets so much, so many people that say negative things. And like I was telling her tonight, she deserves to be celebrated. So does Jonathan Hayes. So does Natanya Rubin. All these people fearlessly fighting the good fight, speaking their truth on a consistent basis, and not allowing the trolls and the negativity to get to them. I just feel like I'd rather be the person that celebrates those who have survived, these horrible acts, than to join in with the people that just want to, tear people down for clicks and views. Because of course, my goal is to help people heal. And my mindset is just like, in terms of, the money or whatever, that'll come as it's supposed to. I'd rather aid in people's healing, because I am a survivor myself. And I definitely know what it's like to have endured physical and sexual abuse and have to hide it for so long, and not have people believe you, and have people fight against you. Like I was telling her, I'm the whistleblower for the churches. So my fight on my end is also great. And that's why I love to see her continuing. And it does break my heart when I see people just continuing to bash her that haven't followed her journey. And especially women who have also experienced what we have experienced. It's like, if you've been a survivor of sexual abuse, you of all people should be supporting all survivors, not, acting like, oh, it didn't happen to them, or they're lying. The worst thing you can do is invalidate another person's experience just because you may or may not like them or their delivery and how they say things. So definitely appreciate her continuing to fight the good fight. Nafisha said, I'm listening. I was waiting for you to come on. I was just checking for you. I don't know why I didn't get, because YouTube is, I'm noticing they are shadow banning and censoring. Like even just now, just me clicking live, they automatically are demonetizing my lives. They're monetizing all my other videos, but because of me speaking my truth about how I feel about the Jay-Z Diddy, like I've noticed all of my recent lives, as soon as I click live, they're automatically demonetized. But all my other videos are getting monetized. So yeah, YouTube, Jag was right about YouTube censoring shit. It's really kind of fucked up, to be honest, because it's like, how do you automatically demonetize my lives just because we're speaking about Jay-Z? It's crazy. But regardless, I'm not here for the money. Of course, eventually, that is something I want to be able to generate. But I really want to generate income outside of YouTube, because I don't like how they are trying to censor the truth tellers. I really don't. I feel like it's insane, to be honest. Like, I've done so many lives speaking out against sexual abuse, speaking out against Diddy, speaking out against, these cult ass churches I come from where all this sexual abuse goes on. And all of a sudden now you guys want to demonetize. 'Cause I'm looking, the last live of mine that shows it was eligible for monetization is the one with Jaguar and Dr. Megan McGlover. Shout out to Dr. Megan McGlover. After that, because I was called out, that stalker that used to be one of my subscribers, and not even that. It seems like just because I'm speaking about Jaguar, because I won't even give him any sort of energy. I know it's not because of him. It's because I'm speaking about Jaguar and Jay-Z. Because I'm looking at it. That's been the subject for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last like 5 lives, the subject has been Jaguar Wright, Jay-Z, and Diddy. They didn't care when it was just Diddy. But ever since I started including Jay-Z in my lives, they just automatically demonetize it. So I'm like, and she said that. She mentioned that on one of her lives earlier. And I'm like, it's insane how they are really trying to censor content creators who speak out against him. So you guys would rather that we support a whole elite predator? I don't think so. So yeah, it is what it is. But yet and still we're here. And I'm gonna keep speaking my truth because like I said on her live and like I said on my live last night, the more that we speak out against this, the more it empowers other victims to come forward who have been afraid to speak their truth, whose voices have not been heard, who may even still be, in the midst of being abused or being trafficked and feel like no one's going to believe them. Trust me, I know what that feels like, to feel like no one's going to believe your story. So I don't really give a shit about YouTube demonetizing. And since they demonetize, I'm gonna definitely go fully uncensored tonight. YouTube, y'all can eat a dick and choke on that motherfucker. That's what I have to say, y'all. Now, with that being said, before I get started, I do want to say, hold on, let me drink a little bit of water. Give me a second. I do want to say that all of my commentary tonight is for fair use for the purpose of criticism, commentary, entertainment news reporting, investigative research, bringing awareness, empowerment, and healing. And once again, all of my commentary is my opinion, which I'm most definitely entitled to. Outside of my real life experience, all commentary is also alleged. All stories that we discuss are alleged. And once again, my opinion. So for those who have been getting in their feelings about me speaking my truth, I really don't give a shit because I'm not directly attacking any particular person, but I am passionately speaking my truth and my opinion about these elite predators who have gotten away with all the bullshit that they've been doing for far too long. And it's about time that they have been, starting to get investigated and be brought down, because it's not fair to the victims that they have had to sit in silence and suffer. Some of them, like Natanya Rubin, 25 years, over 2 decades, people like Jaguar, people like Jonathan Hay, having to sit for decades and watch these people get away with shit. So now that God's bringing them down, we are going to support the true victims and the truth tellers, not the liars that have been in these YouTube streets for clout and clickbait and to get cash apps and shit. We're going to support the true victims and the true victors and the survivors. And we are going to come together and we're going to magnify the truth, period. That's what we do. So thank you to all of my DzPeepz for tuning in. I do want to give a huge shout out to my new subscribers. We are officially at, I think we're almost at 5,400. Where are we at? Yeah, 5,396. So we are 4 away from 5,400. So again, thank you to all of you for supporting my channel. Like, it really does mean a lot to me. And thank you guys for continuing to come back. My return viewers. Thank you. Amy, grand rising to you. It's 5 minutes to 1 where I am at, but I know we're all in different time zones. So grand rising to you. Thank you for tuning in. Anna Marie, thank you. Yes, absolutely. And you know what? What I even, just in my spirit was thanking the Most High for, even before I jumped in Jaguar's live, is I feel people's prayers today. I want to give a big shout out to Sister Shonda and Joy Israel Online. Thank you both for your encouragement. Thank you both for reaching out. Thank you both for your prayers. Shout out to Jaguar Wright. Her encouragement really does mean everything to me. And I know I'm a very expressive Scorpio, and I just always feel like, because I see so much negativity, that any opportunity I get to jump on her panel, I want to always uplift and encourage the queen, because her fight is great and it's not easy. And it really did break my heart seeing her cry during Sean Atwood's his interview, because she has suffered a lot of loss. I mean, you guys, she lost her oldest son. This is my opinion. I feel like they hunted him down and sacrificed him to get her to shut up. And then how they jumped her, had her arrested, made her out to be crazy. I mean, just all the attacks. It's like, my God. And she's already been through so much way before that. So, I look at her as like, how can you be this strong? You know what I mean? Like, how can you be this strong? And it's nothing but God. And so when I look at what she's been through, because again, I've been following her on Storm Monroe's channel for years. And then I look at where she's at now, it empowers me to like keep going. And when I feel like giving up, no, keep going. Just like my sis Elissa that passed away, she would always tell me, sis, look up, and she would always encourage me. And I think that's why I'm also the way that I am, because I really miss her. And her and I had that spiritual bond. We were definitely soul sisters, both empaths, both psychics. And I just want to connect with other soul sisters who are like that, these warrior women of strength who are resilient and have endured so much, but yet and still they keep going, they keep pressing forward, and they continue to encourage and uplift others. So I hope that I can be a beacon of light. I know that there's people that love my truth and there's people that hate me for speaking my truth. They get mad when I call them out on their shit. But at the end of the day, we're here for the truth. I'm here for the truth. That's why I go digging and looking for it, So again, thank you, Anna Marie, for your kind words. Blessings to you, love. CGK said, yeah, it's like they use that against you if you're profiting off of YouTube at all. And what's so crazy is my channel just started getting monetized. I haven't been paid anything, like honestly, I haven't. It just got approved for monetization. But like I said, I noticed since these last 5 lives where I'm speaking out against Jay-Z and Aleister Crowley and, doing the research, as soon as I click live, it's automatically demonetized. But I can, like the Nicki Minaj video that I edited and uploaded, that's monetized. All my other lives before now, they're showing are eligible for monetization. So why is it that when I start speaking specifically about Jay-Z, you guys just automatically demonetize? So I'm with Wolfgang when he says we need to make our own platform. And again, shout out to Set in the West. Matter of fact, let me share their channels because you guys know, like, I always support. I wish I knew if that channel for Jonathan Hay was legit, because I would definitely share it. But since it says fan something, it says like Jonathan Hay fan. I don't know if that's really his channel, so I don't really want to promote that in case that's like a fake channel. So you let me put her YouTube channel tag in the chat. There's some more comments here. Hold on. Oh, you did? Oh, that's awesome, Nafisha. Yeah, because I was trying to get on here earlier, but then I was trying to complete some documentation for my channel because, they sent me things for my monetization, identity verification, all that. So it just took a little bit longer than I had planned, but I'm glad that you all are tuning in. Right. And see, Amy, that's what I'm here for. Literally. I have been a truth seeker since I was a child. Like how Jaguar talks about looking for the missing pieces of the puzzle. That's literally like puzzles were my thing as a kid. And being raised as a pastor's daughter, bishop's niece in the Apostolic Pentecostal Church, a lot of things just never added up to me. So I've been researching the truth since I was 11 years old. And that's why you guys see me always digging and pulling it. This is what you guys see me doing on my channel. I've been doing my whole life, for over 30 years now. So yeah, thank you. Because all I want is to see the truth be told. I don't care about trolls. I don't care about the negativity. This earth belongs to the fallen. It belongs to Lucifer and the fallen angels. So we expect opposition. We expect attacks. We expect, people to talk shit, but I would rather focus on supporting one another. Fuck all the bullshit. Let's just focus on supporting those who really are speaking their truth, which again is not easy to do. Let's focus on those who are actually telling the truth, and let's just uplift one another. That's truly what we need to do. That way, again, it empowers other people. Like I was telling her on the panel, there have been so many people that have messaged me like, thank you for speaking your truth, because it makes me feel like I'm not afraid to speak mine. And that is my goal. I want people to be able to come forward and not feel any fear for speaking their truth, and just speak your truth, without fear, and just know that God has you. So, like I said, I really do appreciate you guys. If you're getting money through supporters or anything like that, it seems like if they don't like what you're saying, then they try to use it. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. And, I'm speaking into existence all of my abundance, spiritual abundance, healing abundance, mental strength abundance, peace abundance, financial abundance, all of it. Abundance is the frequency that I'm aligning with. So whatever they do, whatever challenges I go through, and Lord knows it's been a lot, especially, the start of this week. But today has been a much better day. It's been a much more peaceful day, which I'm very grateful for. And although I've had a lot to do today, I can feel people's prayers. So I really do appreciate all of you for your positive energy. Even when you don't get any kind of money, they try, right? Because I'm like, I haven't even been paid yet. They just approved my channel for monetization. I haven't been paid, and you guys are already putting that my lives, when I'm speaking about Jay-Z, can't get monetized. That's why I'm like, fuck YouTube. If that's the shit y'all gonna be on, then look, it is what it is. I already know God has opened up doors because I feel it. I feel like there's about to be a major door open for me where I can continue to do my channel and other projects and not have to worry about anything. Because rebuilding your life, after losing a job, after going through the hurricane, moving around so much, dealing with different people, different environments, different energies, it has not been easy, but I am so grateful that I'm still standing. And that's what I looked at today. Like, no matter what has been thrown at me, the Most High God has blessed me, and my angels and ancestors have blessed me to still be standing. And no matter what evil prayers, curses, covens, witchcraft, evil eye, gossip, people doing spell work, spiritual attacks, no matter what people have done, I'm still here. We're still here. Jaguar's still here. Jonathan Hay is still here. They try to take his life and his daughters. He's still here to tell his truth. They've tried to take Jaguar's life multiple times. She's still here to tell her truth. Natanya was shot in the face. She's still here. So these are warriors. These are the chosen ones who God has taken us all through, the fire to be refined like gold. So like I said, I'm very grateful for the energy today. Nafisha means, she says, what does demonetization mean? Does that mean that you won't be able to get? No, what that means is that, so when YouTube sends you like the email that your channel can get monetized, it means that you can get paid for all of your content. So like if you go live, if you edit and upload a video, if you edit and upload a short, they have certain ramifications and qualifications that the content has to abide by and adhere to. So it means that like you can make a certain amount of money. Like one of my videos, I think it was like 5 cents every time it gets clicked. It's like stuff like that. So when you go to like, once they, say your channel can get monetized, and like right now, how I clicked go live, it'll show whether or not the content's eligible for monetization. But like I said, my last 5 lives where I've been talking against Jay-Z, as soon as I click live on StreamYard, it automatically comes up not eligible for monetization, even though I haven't said a word. So when she was saying that on one of her lives before, she said, and I think Odell even talked about it. She's like, YouTube really has gone crazy with the censoring when it comes to Jay-Z. Why is it that those of us who speak out against Jay-Z Why is it that our content gets demonetized? Like, it's not a conspiracy, it's the truth. Like, literally, my last 5 lives before this one, soon as I clicked live, go live, they demonetized. So I was like, okay, well, fuck it. That means I don't have to do the most to try to censor myself. Yeah, it has everything to do with censoring, which is bullshit. So yeah, like I said, I'm just going to thank you for the positive energy and healing. Thank you, Nafisha. Bless you, love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She said, I could feel the healing when you were speaking with Jag. It was very beautiful. Warmed my heart. Keep doing what you're doing. I know you're not doing it for the money. I can at the moment, so I will. Bless you. Seriously, like, I send you blessings and endowment of abundance, because I have this year, I have had some very good people come into my life, even if for just a season, and I've had some very bad people come into my life who have really hurt me on a deep level. So Scorpios, we have this very loving side to us where we want to see people win. Like, I genuinely want to see Jaguar win, because I've seen her fight. I have seen that video. I think it even, I won't say traumatized, but it affected me when I saw that video years ago of those men jumping her. It was like watching a horror movie. Like, is this really happening? Are these men really jumping this one female? Because she was passionately exposing Jay-Z and her ex-husband and Diddy and all. Again, she's been doing this for years. And ever since I seen that video, it stayed in my mind. And I was just like, this is insane. Why isn't anybody helping her? People are standing around watching a woman, a female, get jumped by multiple men. Then she calls the police, and because her ex-husband, like a little bitch, lied and said, yeah, she had a gun and she was threatening to shoot me, then the police jumped her, slammed her on the ground. I remember seeing that, to the point where she peed on herself. Can you imagine that? Just for a second, as a woman, imagine that happening to you. Like, it was that from that moment on, like, when I tell you I got so angry through the screen watching that, I was glad she threw her ashes on them motherfuckers. I ain't even gonna lie. They deserved it. Because you don't do that just all because you want to censor someone for speaking their truth. So, it disgusted me. It angered me. It hurt me, even though it wasn't even happening to me. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to pray for this woman. I didn't know her. I just was following her, watching her and following her story on shout out Storm Monroe on his channel. And I was like, after that, she got locked up, she got out, and they kept just fucking with her every chance they could get. They would, exploit her vulnerabilities, and they would bash her. And I was like, bro, nobody comes for a person that much unless that person's telling the truth. So, like, literally, it just disgusts me to see so many people who don't even know that happened to her constantly on YouTube talking shit. Constantly. And these other celebrities that are upset about her exposing them. And then they're talking shit. Trasha K. I mean, just all these low vibrational people. So I'm like, you know what? And just like the people that had brought me the negative content that they wanted me to feature on my channel and all that. For what? If she is the one person who has been adamantly, consistently ringing the alarm for years, and it's actually empowered other victims to come forward, which is why we're about to watch Jonathan Hayes' video first. Then we're going to watch her video on Sean Atwood, and I'll give my reaction to both. Again, shout out to King Jonathan Hay. because the way he has vindicated Jaguar now multiple times, he has not only the same story, but he supports her. And the very things that Jaguar's been speaking out against for years, he's now coming forward. He has been for the past few months. And I want you guys to hear his perspective first, and then we'll review her interview with Sean Atwood. And shout out to Sean Atwood and Ron, who they call Roro. These are all, let me pull up their channel too. These are all truth tellers. These are all people who know that she's not lying and support her. So I would rather, and shout out to Big Gene Deal as well. And he has some content that we will be reviewing and reacting to this week as well. And Big Homie CC. All of the people who I see supporting her, I'm going to support. I feel like if we can just come together as like this huge community, we will empower more victims to feel comfortable coming forward. So that is the goal here on Jesse Show. Hey, Sister Shonda, I just gave you a shout out, boo. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your love and support. I really, really appreciate you. And thank you. Yes, again, I need to get like Jaguar. Okay, y'all, I need the likes to go up. Need the likes to go up. How many? Where are we at right now? Let me take a look. We're at 11. Let's get the likes up, okay, family? Because the more you like the content, the more it's going to push the video up in the algorithm and get more people to, come to view it. Andrew, hey, family. She had said that her ex-husband works with YouTube, as well as Danny Robertson works for YouTube, the psychopath that keeps stalking her content and stalking all the rest of her supporters, like myself, our lives. Yes, we will send prayers to Allie Carter for sure. Everybody make sure, and not just her, send prayers to all the victims. Send prayers to Allie Carter. Send prayers to Jaguar. Send prayers to Natanya Rubin. Send prayers to Jonathan Hay. Send prayers to the victims whose names we don't know. Literally, like the victims all over the world who need to be heard. And I am going to start to review. The thing with Allie Carter is because so many different YouTubers have her content circulating, I need to do more investigative research to make sure that what I'm seeing is accurate and, not any sort of like bullshit. Because I've seen multiple variations of her story, and I want to make sure that when I share the content, that is, accurate information. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Yeah, it is really crazy, the stuff that has happened to her. But like I told her tonight, I'm very proud of Jaguar. She has, and I know it's painful because again, I'm an empath. I could feel her pain when she was crying, her grief over her friend and her guilt. And I wanted to tell her so bad, don't blame yourself. Even that's another attack of the enemy, is to, lower our vibrations to a place of guilt. Whatever is God's will is what will be. And we all have an expiration date. We all do. So it's a blessing to be here another day. But whatever God allows, it's just for us to grow from, learn from, and be empowered and keep moving forward. Thank you for tuning in from New Orleans. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Amy. And again, Nafisha and Amy, thank you so much for your super chats. I really do appreciate it. Yes, and we are the chosen. Save our children. Thank you, Amy. Absolutely. And that's really what it's all about, you guys. It's not about content creators going back and forth with one another and arguing. It's not about celebrities. Oh, and by the way, I saw that Claudia Jordan sent me a DM. I have not honestly had a chance to read it. I haven't even had a chance to be on Instagram today because I've been super busy, but I'm quite sure she's probably pissed off about my live last night, which also it makes me kind of, happy to know that she's watching my channel because I didn't know that she did. So yeah, I'll look at that at some point, probably tomorrow, and see what she has to say. But at the end of the day, this is about the children. I've lost 5 babies to miscarriage from Graves' disease. And I've had premonitions about my daughter and my son. And when I think about my future children, I want us to live in a world where predators no longer exist. I don't want to have to worry ever about my children being hurt the way that I was as a child. I don't want to have to worry about them getting molested by someone for 3 to 5 to 6 years like most of us have experienced. I don't want them to ever experience that. I don't want them to, I want them to have a life and be able to have fun and be around their friends without having to worry about someone picking them up. So us ringing this alarm, us coming together to expose these elite predators who have gotten away with this shit, who have thought that they were above the law, it saves the next generation. It saves our kids. For those who have grandkids, it saves your grandkids, you know? So again, think about the children. Stop going at each other so much. And that's the thing. You guys are spending so much energy attacking Jaguar when no one has disproved her. No one has. And she's given receipts. Those of you that keep calling her a liar, where are your fucking receipts? All of you who have called her a liar, present some receipts. And at the end of the day, and I don't believe she's lying, I really don't. But even if she was, save the children. Save our children. Focus on that. Focus on the victims. Focus on their healing. She said something really important tonight during her live that I was able to join in. She was like, the people, the women who have gone through this stuff, you can't imagine what they've been through. I can. I've been raped twice. And I've been molested as a child. And I was date raped. So again, I can imagine what these victims who are coming forward have been through. I was drugged and all that. At the end of the day, the amount of strength it takes to heal from that. Some women don't, you guys. Even some of the women that were in the support group that I joined, they couldn't get past their trauma. And they left the support groups, and a couple of them unalived themselves because they couldn't get past it. There are women who don't have the strength to bounce back like myself, like Jaguar, not like Natanya. There's women who never get back. Or they're so mentally fucked up that it takes their mind away and they're living in other dimensions, seeing demons and shit, and never come back mentally. So even though they're living, they're not living in this realm. So understand, it's not about fighting amongst each other. It's not about, oh, she's lying. And now the victims that's lying, yeah, y'all need to be held accountable. I'm not with that shit at all. But I'm talking about those who I know for a fact have continued to, attack Jaguar over and over and target her. And Jay-Z, in my opinion, putting Lamisha and Adria in place and Lionel B in place to come at her and Natanya all at the same time because he's upset. Like she said, he starts little fires behind the scenes and let her. And I ain't gonna hold y'all. That's some bitch ass shit to do. You're not man enough to confront her yourself. And again, he hasn't sued her. Neither has Diddy. That says everything right there. And they also haven't sued Natanya, and they also haven't sued Jonathan Hay. You know why? Because these people know their truth. They've been around them. They've witnessed it. Yeah, it is sad. Especially when you're in a support group, and you're in this support group with these other women hoping that they'll get healed. And the next thing you know, this one that was in our group unalived herself. Or this one that was in our group came up missing. It's horrible. So like I said, we need to celebrate those women who fearlessly speak their truth. That's what we need to do. We need to empower them. We need to empower each other. The amount of work that I have had to do and that I am still doing to heal, there's parts of you that are taken when someone takes that part of your mind, body, and soul. And it really is work because the trauma does resurface. It really does. I really thank the Most High. I was an alcoholic for a while, especially after my dad died. I've been open about that. The only actual drug I ever fucked with was XOs. When I was exploring, like I said, the swinging and BDSM lifestyle, that's when I was introduced to that. And I only did it during that time. And as I previously shared with you guys, when my heart wouldn't catch rhythm and I started really having that really bad reaction when I took the 2 double stacks and didn't know any better, that was the last time I ever fucked with that shit. That was well over 12 years ago. Now I'm an advocate for cannabis and CBD, absolutely, because that's just a natural plant. But as far as like women in my group who got into shooting up, seeing them with track marks on their arms and going through withdrawals, they had to always be fucked up. They had to always be on some sort of powder or pill or injectable pharmaceutical because they couldn't deal with the side effect trauma of what had happened to them, especially those who have been gang raped and trafficked. It's horrible to watch them go through that. It's absolutely horrible. And it makes me thank the Most High so much for keeping my mind that I didn't go down that road. But a lot of women do, or they willingly go into sex work because they feel like that's where their self-worth lies. That the only part of them that's worthy is their womb, their portal. So that's why I say, pray for all victims. And even though I really don't like the way Adria handled Jaguar and Natanya, I still pray for her healing. I do. Because she does have a son. I pray for her son's healing because he's had to witness a lot of things that a child should never have to witness. And I hope these women, even the ones who have lied, now, if you lied and you were never a victim, then I hate to say it, but I'm gonna say it. Fuck you for being on some bullshit because you are invalidating actual victim stories. But for those who really did go through this shit and that people on YouTube used you for clickbait and to make money, I hope you learn from that. And I hope that you stop allowing people to use you and create your own platform and really speak your truth so that you can heal and help other women heal. Because I really feel like those of us who are survivors of sexual abuse, that is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to help each other heal and uplift one another. Though there's enough shit talkers and negative people in the world, especially on YouTube. And I definitely found out this year that there's no friends on YouTube. People who I claimed as friends, I no longer fuck with. Because every one of them not only turned on me, they turned on Jaguar, and they aligned themselves with women and men who have made themselves enemies, not only of Jaguar, but of Natanya, Jonathan Hay, and all the other actual truth tellers. So that lets me know that they are not the chosen. They're of the fallen angels, and we don't align. I don't align with Lucifer and the fallen angels. I don't align with those that are tearing down survivors. I don't align with men who claim to be heterosexual, but that compete and attack survivors of sexual abuse. Lying ass Lionel B, lying ass Courtney Burgess. I told y'all on November 7th we weren't going to hear from Courtney after the 19th of November. Have we heard from Courtney? Y'all remember that during my live? I said The ancestors gave me that download and said he has 12 days to make it right, not only with Jaguar, but with everybody he's light on. And if he doesn't, and they said he had 12 days to make it right about the book. And then after November 19th, he would come up missing. We haven't heard a peep from Courtney Burgess since November 19th. Amy says they are probably dead inside. A lot of people turn to drugs and alcohol and just try to bury it. Right. And I can relate to that. That's what I did when my dad died. And that's why I felt responsible for my 5th baby's miscarriage, because I didn't know I was pregnant and I was drinking heavily. And I dealt with that in therapy, and they've told me that it's not my fault. But any woman that's had a miscarriage, you always deep down inside feel like a failure because your womb couldn't carry your baby to term. And I felt even more guilty because I was definitely an alcoholic when my dad passed away. I drank every day, bottles every day to numb the pain. So that's why I can't judge people for turning to try to numb things. I can only hope that they heal, because the drugs and alcohol aren't going to help you heal. If anything, it's going to intensify the pain. When you are no longer high, when you're no longer drunk and you crash and come down and your dopamine in your brain elevates and that depression kicks in, you still got to deal with it. So that's why I'm an advocate for therapy, working with life coaches, joining support groups. That's what got me through, you guys. I ain't even going to hold you. Like, losing that baby at 13 weeks, 8 months after my dad died, traumatized the fuck out of me. I am not even going to lie. I had to join support groups because all I did was cry every day. I felt so guilty. I was like, oh my God, like, it's my fault that I lost my baby that I didn't know I was carrying. Like, it took me years to not feel that way. And several life coach sessions, several grief counseling sessions, like, and then having Graves' disease, which causes multiple miscarriages, and finding out I was born with it, it's like, damn, am I ever going to have kids? And so when Joy came on and said how she lost 8 babies and then she has 4 living, that empowered me, that inspired me. Because I'm not gonna lie, after my 5th, I was like, it's probably just not meant for me to have kids. And I love kids. I got 15 nieces and nephews who I've helped to raise. And to me, they're just like my kids, even though they're not. So me seeing my daughter being born first and then my son, they're not even here yet, but they are the reason I'm speaking out. I want them to live in a world where there's no Diddy's and no Jay-Z's and no Rick Ross's and no Drake's and no Predators, no Epstein's, no Weinstein's. I want them to live in a world where they feel safe, where I feel safe for them, because they deserve that. We all do. And those of us who didn't get that, who were molested as children, who were sexually assaulted as adults, we deserve it. We do. We deserve to feel safe. We deserve to feel loved. We deserve to feel uplifted, and our kids most definitely do. No child. When I think about the things like that satanic ritual calendar and Christmas, how they celebrate through sacrifice and dismemberment, can you imagine how disgusting and sick an individual's mind is to not only unalive a baby and a child, but to dismember them? It makes me want to vomit even saying it. So yeah, I'm not gonna stop. I don't care who sends what against me. As you can see, it has not worked. I'm so very much alive. I'm so very much speaking my truth. I don't care what attacks you send. It is the strength of my ancestors running through me and around me, and the Most High within me, the energy of the Most High God, and the energy of the true Christ, Yeshua, that runs through me, that empowers me to speak my truth. And again, shout out to Jaguar Wright, because when I jumped in her panel and she, encouraged me back, and she said, continue to release your heart chakra and just let God speak through you, like be God. That literally touched my soul, y'all. That's why I keep saying, I'm going to keep promoting all of the healing that I am receiving from her. I'm going to keep promoting her speaking life, not only into me, into others. Y'all, if you've been on her live with me, you see all the people saying, we love you, Jag. We support you. We care. And it's so easy to feel like no one cares when you're constantly being attacked. That's why we have to uplift her. We have to uplift Odell. We have to uplift Jonathan Wright. We have to uplift Natural One. We have to uplift Natanya Rubin. We have to uplift those. Grace, all the ones who are fighting the fight with her. Sean Atwood, Roro, everybody. We are one, you guys. We're the true chosen. The same way these people are not afraid to blatantly display their love for Lucifer and Satan, their allegiance, Aleister Crowley, all this bullshit. We have to be that much the more strong in representing the Most High God on our platforms. And I'm not saying to be holier than thou, because y'all know that I'm not. I'm very raw and unfiltered and speak like a human being and not like some fucking fake ass holier than thou person. But at my core, yes, I'm a spiritualist. Yes, I'm a high priestess of the Most High God. I don't care who doesn't believe me. I know for a fact I died, went to heaven, and came back in 2008. And what I saw is nothing like what mankind has said heaven is like. Even how the Bible describes it, it's nothing like that. So I have to tap into that energy. No matter what fight I'm going through, naturally. Because this earth is a temporary place. I wish every day I can go back to heaven and not be here. And that's not a statement of depression. That's a statement of joy, because going there and having to come back down here, I was like, oh my God, I don't want to go back there. Because this earth is so devoid of the Most High God's energy, but yet we are so blessed that we can bring the Most High God down into this desolate place. When you tap into that frequency, heaven is endless bliss. It's infinite bliss. Who doesn't want to be there? All you feel is love and peace beyond human understanding that I can't even explain to you. So I personally have a soul contract to fulfill. They have given me an assignment. When I say they, I mean the angels, the celestials, the terrestrials, my ancestors, my angels, my spirit guides. When I was in heaven, they gave me an assignment. And the Spirit of the Most High God confirmed it. And I was given a choice. I was given a choice to stay. But when I saw the state of the world, if I would have stayed and not come back and brought back the truth, I had to come back. Because on a spiritual level, I hate Earth so much because it's the fallen's home. I don't like the vibration of Lucifer and all this Satanist shit. But when I elevate my frequency, I don't give that any energy, because I know that the Most High God transcends the low vibrational deities that run this earth. So if you are truly of the chosen, we walk by faith. We don't walk by fear. Fear does not exist. So when you start to fall into a frequency of fear, and I ain't gonna hold y'all, like a lot of stuff has transpired in my life, especially over this past year, financially, health wise, living wise, mental health wise. God has kept me through all of it. It's the grace of the Most High God that I'm still here. And every time I feel like giving up, I remember what they told me in heaven. And I'm like, I can't, because I have to complete my assignment. But when my time is up, I'm going home. And I've told my relatives, if I ever slip into a coma, let me go. If I'm ever in a situation of a do not resuscitate, do not resuscitate. I don't want to come back here. I don't plan to reincarnate here ever again. I will be the ancestor for my babies, my children, but I will not reincarnate back on this planet because I want to be back in that endless place of bliss. That's why I don't fear death, because death is nothing more than a transition. Energy never dies. It just transfers to the next realm. Amy says, I understand completely. I turned to drugs and alcohol for my trauma. I'm proud to say today that I'm a year and 2 months sober. I love that. I absolutely love sobriety. Thank you. Amy, I'm so proud of you. That is a blessing. I'm so proud of you, Amy. Family, let's celebrate her sobriety. I love it. 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 I love to hear stories like that. Nafisha said, I went through trauma as a child. That's why I try to help people too. It's not easy getting through it alone. Right. That's the part that gets us the most is predators always want you to feel like you're the only one it happened to. It's the mind fuck to keep you bound. Like I said, demons exploit our vulnerabilities. So the best way to keep you bound is through oppression. I don't know if any of you have seen the Conjuring movies, but on the very first one, where the Warrens were doing the class, and they were saying they were teaching about what leads to possession. They said it's oppression, depression, then possession. And I know that to be true for a fact because I did spiritual warfare, and the church slash cult I was at, they had us doing exorcisms. And the people who were being possessed were people that were highly depressed, and highly oppressed. And they were always victims of trauma. I would say 90% of them were victims of sexual trauma as a child and as an adult. And again, rape is in fact a demon. It's multiple demons that move through people to make them do that to you. Like I said, when I was raped by my ex-fiance, I saw the demon not only on him, his eyes had rolled in the back of his head. I saw the demon's face, and I could feel the demon's breath. I could feel there were pointy parts of the demon's face that I could feel pressing into mine. I could feel the scaly hands of the demon. It wasn't him, it was that demon working through him. And I remember feeling the breath on my face, and it tried to knock my soul out of my body while he was raping me. And then it tried again that night, because after it happened, I laid on the floor and cried. I think it was either 4 or 6 hours, and he didn't know what had happened, and he thought I was just having a mental breakdown, which of course I was. And I eventually took a shower and then got in the bed and just laid there crying the whole night. Again, it definitely took a part of me. And that night I was sleeping, I didn't realize I had astral projected, and I was hearing a sound that I thought was a lawnmower. And I woke up and I'm like, who the fuck is lawn mowing this late at night? And it was actually him laying next to me snoring really loudly, because he did snore really loud. And I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis. I was conscious, but I couldn't move. And the same demon, I saw it. I astral projected. It was on top of me while I was sleeping. And it was pressing its face into my face its body into it was literally trying to knock my soul out twice. Because when a woman's raped and she's in shock, what do? You just, part of your mind goes away. Some women in my group said that they sat in the shower for hours and cried. Some of them said they went out on their balcony and sat out there all night. Some of them said they went to their car. A few of them said they got in the bed like I did and just it didn't happen type, trauma. But the fact that that demon tried to take my soul twice that night, and this was before I knew about the fallacy of Yeshua being renamed Jesus. So I was definitely and have always been a believer of Jesus Christ. And I prayed because I was like, as many demons as I have cast out of people, you will not take my soul. I don't care if you have his. I went into spiritual warfare in astral projection. And I called upon Jesus and I started to recite scriptures and it left completely. And when I woke up, I was screaming and I couldn't breathe and I had an asthma attack. And he woke up and he was like, what's wrong? And I was crying and I couldn't breathe. And he knew, he got my inhaler. And then I calmed down. I said, a demon tried to kill me in my sleep. He's like, you just had a bad dream. And I said, no, it literally tried to take my soul. But when I called upon Jesus Christ and started to recite scriptures, it left. See, I have experienced some very deep spiritual things in my life. And even though I didn't know that that church was a cult until I got out of it, I did a lot of spiritual warfare. I prayed a lot of demons out of people. I prayed demons out of houses. I prayed demons out of children. I prayed demons out of buildings. So for that demon that was attached to him to have attacked me, it only had access to me because of the act of rape. I keep saying rape is a demon because I know from experience. And it wasn't until months later, because I told you guys, the pastor told me not to go to the police and told us that we could counsel with him at his house because our apartment was like just a few blocks from his house. When my ex-fiance finally came to terms with what he did, he said, well, I've always blacked out and I don't remember what I do, but I've been told that I've done this to other people. And he broke down. I mean, he's 6'4", 285-pound dude. He's like, I never wanted to hurt you. I never wanted that. We were going to get married. I've known him as long as I've known my sis Elissa, because we all grew up at the same church together. And his family grew up, I told you I'm from the home of Malcolm X, so we all lived in the hood off 30th. Like, I've known him my whole life. I did not expect the person I've known my whole life to ever do that to me. So again, the trauma that was associated with that took me years to get over. And I forgave him because I know that it really wasn't him. I forgave him because I know what happened to him. He was molested and raped by women at our church from the age of 3 to 8. And even by one of his sisters who was raped by their father, their biological father. So that family's history of sexual abuse is great. And unfortunately, it did trickle down to some of their kids. Like the sister that raped him, her oldest son was raped by their blood cousin, and her baby girl was killed by her boyfriend because I was living with her when that happened. It was horrible. So, these things, these very dark spiritual things that these elite predators have done, I've experienced in the church. The place it should never happen, but unfortunately where it happens more often than you think. And I do have a duty to speak out against this, to help others come forward. There were very disgusting, nasty, dumbass bitches under Dwight Reed's Facebook that tried to say that I was just as guilty as the people that had molested those children at Robin Andrews Church and that Christ Apostolic, because if you knew, you were just as guilty. And I told that bitch, I said, bitch, first of all, I went to the police on the behalf of both of those churches, and they did not believe me. I went multiple times. And they said, ma'am, you can come back here all you want, but without proof, it's just hearsay. They didn't even want to do a report. And I later found out that the pastor was a Mason, and that was why he had connections. And also, he had been accused of raping people, which I didn't know, which explains why he told me to be silent about it and for us to counsel with him. And the counseling didn't work. I left my ex-fiance 6 times before I left the final time. Because again, Scorpios were like that. Plus, I was traumatized. Even though it happened to me, I did not want to accept that this man I've known my whole life actually did this shit to me. And because I also didn't love myself more than I loved him, I did not want him to get in trouble. The fact that the pastor offered to unalive him on my behalf was insane. You would rather secretly unalive him than for me to go to the police and report it? He was like, either that or y'all can counsel with me, 3 times a week at my house privately, not at the church, but I don't want you to go to the police. So that's why later I did go to the police about the kids when they pulled me to the side as I was doing the spiritual work, praying the demons out, and said, hey, this happened to me. And I went to the pastor who, again, didn't want to do anything about it. So to that bitch that was under White's channel, or page rather, saying I was just as guilty, bitch, fuck you with no lube. You have no idea what I did trying to help those kids. They did not want to come forward because they were afraid of their families getting in trouble. They were afraid of getting in trouble themselves. They were afraid of the pastor. Why are children and members afraid of the pastor? Because of the mental conditioning and MK Ultra and brainwashing. So I am absolutely going to use my platform to speak my truth in hopes that as they see me heal, that it will help them heal and give them the courage to come forward. Seriously. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Nafisha. Because at the end of the day, this has happened to way too many of us. And when I started speaking out, I found out that it had happened to my stepsisters. It had happened to some of my cousins. Unfortunately, it even happened to one of my nephews, and I still am struggling with that because there's a part of me that wants to go to war on behalf of the cousin on his mom's side that did that to my nephew. But I know if I do that, I'll go to jail, so I can't. My nieces and nephews are just like my kids. You touch one of my babies, you shouldn't even be walking around this earth anymore. I don't give a damn what happened to you as a child. Then I look at that young man's father, who I used to sing in the choir with at Christ Apostolic, wondering, what did you do to your son for your son to do that to my nephew? His first cousin. Who taught him that shit? It makes me angry. So all I can do is pray for their healing and speak my truth and hope so much that one day my nephew will speak his truth and be healed of it. He cried when he told me. And we were on the phone. I couldn't hug my baby. I couldn't, and I know they're grown, but they still my babies. I couldn't comfort him. It really fucking broke my heart. And people have made fun of him. Oh, we know he's down low. We know he's gay. Do you know what happened to him while you're making fun of him? Again, Scorpio, the energy we carry, we will go to war. Like, it's not a game. If we love you, if we care about you, we're going to go to war over you. So I really hope and pray, and I won't say his name, that the cousin that touched my nephew and molested him and raped him, you better pray I never see your ass in Des Moines, Iowa. Your father, too. And sir, you have a son now. I fear for your son. Because if it is true that your dad did that to you and you did that to my nephew, how do we know you're not doing it to your own son? As much as I want you to heal, I also want you to be exposed. Because you and your group of friends, because keep in mind, the kids that were kids at that church are all grown. Your group of friends who have talked shit about my nephew don't even know what you did to him. If I hear anything else being said negative about my nephew, I'm exposing all of y'all by name. And I wish you would bring your motherfucking ass to Houston. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm tired of hearing that shit. Y'all calling my nephew all types of names and don't even know what the fuck your nasty motherfucking ass did to him. Same thing with the other alleged friend that been calling me family that's out in Los Angeles, who's married to a man who I no longer fuck with you, if you haven't noticed that by now. He was exposing and saying negative shit about my nephew, talking about, yeah, you know, he's pretending to be a pastor. Me and him had a whole relationship. Well, bitch, why are you talking shit about him if you knew what happened to him? And furthermore, if you knew what happened to him, why didn't you ever fucking tell me? That's why I stopped fucking with your ass. And me and you did a whole live about Dwight Reed on Kim's YouTube channel before I became active on mine. I even promoted your book on my channel, sir. So you as well need to keep your motherfucking, keep my name and my nephew's name out your mouth before I expose you two. Because the same way you talking about my nephew, I've heard a shit ton of shit about your ass. You're not as innocent as you pretend to be. So yeah, this is for all you back home that are doing all this bashing and talking shit about me that you think I don't know. I've heard about it from multiple people, and I've also seen it in the 5D. And instead of you making fun of my nephew, you should be praying for his healing. But if I see any of y'all in person, I'm going to directly address you to your face. And I wish you would stand in my face and lie to me. And I keep trying to tell y'all, stop speaking on the chosen, because you have no idea the protection that we have. And you have no idea what you end up attracting into your life fucking with us. And what you also have to remember is that generational curses trickle down to the next generation, and all of you have children. So again, don't say shit else negative about my nephew. Because when I see you in person, it's going to go down. And I guarantee you, all this shit you've been talking behind my back and online and shit, you won't say none of that shit to my face. In fact, I know you won't. Anna Marie says, I can relate to you 100%. I feel like we came from the same tribe, light workers. We are. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, the cremation of care. Right. We're going to be talking about a lot of this different stuff for sure. Thank you, Diamond Star, for tuning in. Yeah, definitely this earth is not my home. This is just it's a I guess I could say it's like a truck stop. We are all God because God made up. I think she said made us. Reuben is very powerful. Right. Natanya Reuben, that woman, one man, every time I hear her speak, bro, I feel her trauma and her victory all at the same time. Just like with Jaguar, but I still feel a lot of Jaguar's trauma that she's still working through. And I really believe that every time people attack her and she has to keep talking about this, that it is re-traumatizing her, which is why I keep sending her prayers because I can feel her. I can feel when she's hurting, and I don't like that. That's okay. That's okay, Amy. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Nafisha said my birth card is in tarot is high priestess. I read the cards and people think it's not devil worship. I keep saying that. I don't know why people think, well, I do know why, because Christianity and religion, which is all false. If anything is witchcraft, it's that. I mean, I've been speaking out about that for well over a decade. Tarot is nothing more than a tool to confirm the spiritual gifts that we already have. Like me, I am a psychic medium. I was born with that gift. I was born an empath. I was born a clairvoyant. I was born a clairaudient, clairsentient, claircognizant, premonitions, all that shit. Those are gifts from God. It's not of the devil. It's only of the devil when you use devilish intentions behind those gifts. And tarot is nothing more than a tool to confirm prophetic gifts. In fact, for those of y'all saying it's devil worship, I am studying tarot. I don't need tarot for my readings, not at all. I've been reading people my whole life. But I'm studying it for those who follow tarot. See, it's for y'all. It's not for me. Because I don't need cards to prophesy to you. Same way I prophesied about A-Dub's mother-in-law, same way I prophesied to Jaguar when she showed up in the comments on my live about her son. Those are natural gifts that I was born with. That's why I call myself a high priestess. Because I'm not religious. And for those who keep saying, am I a witch? Yes. Let me just confirm it for you. Yes, I am. That way there's no more questions about it. If you were born with a spiritual gift, you are a witch too. Let's just put it out there because I'm so sick and tired of people asking me that bullshit. Yes, absolutely. If I was born with these gifts, by definition, yes, I'm a witch. I am a high vibrational light worker. That means these gifts that you call witchcraft are used to help people heal. A light worker literally helps people heal. A starseed is a spiritual being who has been here before that reincarnates. That's why since I was a little girl, I always heard, oh, that child been here before. I've been hearing that since I was a little baby. Because I always do things beyond my years. Plus, I was always around people that were older than me. So those are like, she's into witchcraft and voodoo. Okay. If that's what you want to call it, because you're ignorant, okay. But if you are born with spiritual gifts, by definition, you are a witch. Now, whatever intention you put behind your gifts determines whether or not you are of the light or of the dark. So whether you want to refer to yourself as a spiritualist, which I actually do refer to myself as a spiritualist, if you want to refer to yourself as a high priest, a high priestess, a witch, a warlock, whatever title you want to give yourself, it is not your gift that is evil. It's the intention that you put behind the gift that makes it evil. Like when I was doing the spiritual warfare, If I would have come in agreement with those demons and then commanded those demons with evil intentions, then yes, you could call me an evil witch. What I learned in studying demonology, studying exorcisms before even doing them, is that Yeshua, the true Christ, went into hell and took the keys of hell and of death, which means that we have power over demons, which is why we have the power to overcome them and cast them out. You can't cast out or overcome anything without having the spiritual knowledge about what it is and how to get rid of it. That's why I don't fear darkness. I don't fear demons. I have actually communicated with the legion that's on my sister who's bipolar schizophrenic. I literally went into the dimension that those demons that are on her are in and sat down and had a conversation with it. And one day I will animate that experience because it kind of looked like, for those of you who are X-Men fans, you remember the blue character Beast? It kind of looked like that, but in a very extraterrestrial kind of way. And it was in a cave that was all white and it was full of ice. And it said, and I commanded that demon to release her. And it was, again, it was Legion is multiple, by the way. There's multiple Legion demons. And it laughed and said, she chose us. We're not leaving. She has to release us. And I remember the day my sister chose darkness in our house in Hastings, Nebraska. So I know a lot about the spiritual realm. So to those who are like, oh, she's a witch. Okay. Now what? And like I said, I'm a very powerful one. So it would be in your best interest not to come up against me and not to fuck with me, and for damn sure not to speak against me. And you are a fool to send any negative energy to me because, again, I am a high vibrational chosen one, born with gifts to use to overcome evil and to help people heal. So any energy rising up against me will immediately fall and be destroyed. And chaos and confusion will come about your lives and your households and everything about you because of your own evil intentions. It will immediately go back to you because energy can only be transferred. And if I vibrated out of your vibration, it will not come near me. It will always go right back to you. That's why people who have done work against me find themselves now being in a very fucked up space mentally and spiritually, and they can't figure out how it happened because you send evil intentions that you only sent back to yourself. Because the energy has to go somewhere. If it's not coming towards me, it's coming right back to your ass. So when people say things like tarot is evil, it's because they're ignorant. It's because they have no true knowledge, and it's because they've been conditioned to fear what they don't understand, and it's because they have followed a pagan belief titled as Christianity that Yeshua, the true Christ, never even followed himself. We will change the vibration with practice, absolutely. So never think that tarot is evil. Like I said, I don't need tarot cards, but people have requested that. So, I'm researching it, but I can tap into your psyche and your vibration and feel and see things that you would be surprised I could see. They're gifts I'm born with. I'm not afraid of them. I fully embraced who I am. It is what it is. It is what it is. Amy says that's powerful. You are able to forgive. That opened up for healing. You have absolutely. Because I cannot. How could I hate this person who I've known my whole life, who confided in me what happened to him, and at the time, who I really did love? I didn't want to see him hurt. I wanted to see him healed. especially after that demon jumped on me twice. I already knew, like I said, when he was on top of me, his eyes had, like, I saw the white of his fucking eyes. Like, it was not him. And at the time, see, this is the thing. I went through a lot of abandonment issues behind my father not being there because my parents got divorced when I was 5. And even my mom, I love her, but even abandonment issues with her. So it would always be hard for me to let people go. And the bond him and I had since we were kids, it's like we've grown up together. I don't want you to be hurt, even though he did that to me. And that's why we fought so much. Like, I remember talking to his brother, and he's like, I couldn't understand why you guys were fighting so much. I said, because I was traumatized. I just wanted him to love me and not hurt me anymore. That also is because I didn't love myself. I was more worried about him than I was myself. That led to me starting to heal those parts of myself where I needed to learn self-love. That triggered that. But it took me years to get there because we fought like cats and dogs. And then after that happened, and we did counsel with Bishop Jeremiah Reed, I had to look at it from a spiritual perspective. And I remember telling him, I want you to get help. And he didn't want to. He didn't want to go to therapy. And then it just continued to be trauma. I mean, he never did it again, but it just, he was in such a dark place out of guilt. And then he started drinking all the time. And keeping in mind, at that time, we were in church, so I definitely didn't drink, but he was drinking all the time. He started smoking Black and Milds. He didn't want to go to church anymore. He didn't want to live. I mean, it was just so hard trying to uplift a person who has plummeted into darkness out of guilt. And then I felt bad for him feeling guilty. Again, I was more worried about his well-being than my own. And so I left, and then he would come find me, or he would blow up all of my friends' phones, or he would pop up at my friend's house, or he would call Bishop and tell on me. And then Bishop Reed would call me, daughter, where are you at? You know, your fiance's looking for you. And I'm like, Bishop, I just can't mentally, I just don't feel like I can trust him. I want to. We're supposed to be getting married. How am I going to marry him? Like all that shit, you know? And I was in my mid-20s. I was young. So it's like the mental part of going through that, the emotional part of going through that, the spiritual part of going through that. I fully understand what happens to a woman, especially when it's someone you do love and that you trust. It's the shock factor. It's the how could you do this to me factor. And because I remember I kept saying when he was on top of me, I was like, it's me. I was literally trying to get him to snap out of this demonic possession, and it just didn't work. And the more I fought back, the more he pinned me down. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. So how can I hate a person who I know was raped and molested and that demons were transferred to him? All I can do is hope that one day you heal. Now, I don't ever want to see him again. I did see him. I forget whose funeral it was a few years back. It was either Alyssa's funeral or our pastor in Omaha it was one of the funerals. I seen him and I froze, and all that shit came back to me, and then like I had to leave. So I don't hate him. I just don't think I could ever face him and not feel some sort of sadness. It's definitely not fear. It's a sadness because I don't think he ever I don't think he ever did the work to heal from that. Andrew, thank you for tuning in. Erica, thank you for tuning in. It normally takes 7 attempts when leaving a narcissist. Yeah, and I didn't even know at the time that he was a narcissist. I didn't even know anything about narcissists back then. I can't see the emoji. You get hugs for everybody, every person. Okay, yeah, I think because I'm on StreamYard, it's not showing the emoji, but thank you. She said, believe it or not, you are just as strong as Jack. Thank you. Look, I want to be that person that can just, just show women that you can overcome this, but you do have to do the work. Love Jones, your story sounds so much like. Are you talking about Love Jones from Storm Monroe's channel? That's the only Love Jones that I know of. Thank you, Nafisha. Thank you. Yeah. Wait, she said literally has a live with almost the extent. Okay, then that is who you're talking about. I'm gonna have to look into it. Because I remember seeing her on Storm Monroe's channel as well. So yeah, I'll definitely look into her channel and see what she's talking about. What are the gifts of the spirit? Why are the gifts of the spirit is not considered to be witchcraft according to the word? Not considered to be, because again, she said, I know you know the word of God. Because here's the thing, the Bible that we have today has been edited, redacted, books put in, books taken out. And I've never seen any scripture about gifts you're born with being evil. Again, and I know that they're not. Gifts that you're born with for the purpose of using those gifts to help God's people. That's why you're called a light worker or a high priestess. If you set evil intentions, like for instance, if I wanted to really harm a person that hurt me, I could conjure up a spell, I could conjure up demons to hurt a person using evil intentions and dark entities and dark energies. I don't do that. What I do is if someone sends a spiritual attack, I reverse it back to them, or I vibrate out of their vibration of where they're going to automatically receive it back. Or if they are consistently and aggressively sending dark entities, I will communicate with those demons to go back to them. I send it back. And I will call upon angels of light and dark to work on my behalf for my highest good, meaning go into warfare and fuck them up for trying to fuck me up. But what I will not do is intentionally try to hurt or harm a person. That's what I mean when I say it's not the gifts you have that are evil, it's the intention that you use behind the gifts that makes it evil. Like people who put roots on people, people who put hexes on. I don't do that bullshit because that's dabbling in the dark in a way that once you open that door, those same energies can come in and fuck you up too. You have to be very careful when it comes to spiritual warfare. Like if I really wanted to, the person that hurt my nephew, I could send deities to destroy him if I really wanted to. But it's not in my heart to do that because I already know that people who do that, you're already receiving your own karma anyway. Now, if for those who I know for a fact, like these covens, these cults, these so-called churches who are sending death prayers and prayers for me to be unalived and prayers for me to have heart attacks. I've been having so many chest pains and increased heart palpitations after speaking out against them. So what I do is ground and center myself and cover myself with divine protection and spiritual protection. And then I do my prayers of protection. And then guess what? It stops immediately. Because again, God gave me these gifts not only to help other people, but to also protect myself. So for me, it's about protection, not about intentionally trying to hurt. But don't get it twisted thinking that you can send energy my way and that I won't be aware of it, because I absolutely will be. Nafisha says, you are absolutely correct. That's why I'm the black sheep in my family, because I want to face the things that were done to the girls and boys in my family. No one wants to hear or talk about it. They never do, Nafisha. It makes people uncomfortable. Trust me, I love my relatives, but they don't talk to me anymore. My nieces and nephews, some of them aren't even allowed to speak to me, which breaks my heart because I actually literally helped to raise them since they were in my sister's belly. She does not allow me to speak to them. And when that energy first started, it broke my heart and I used to cry about it. But one time we did have a really long talk a few years back, and she told me that my two nieces, who I had premonitions of before she was pregnant with them, she told me the things that they do. And she's like, the middle one, she's like, she's always studying the Masons and Illuminati. And I knew right then and there, my babies have been watching me. So I am influencing them. Even though she doesn't let me talk to them, they're watching me. And they know that I love them. They're the only ones I'll die for. I remember playing with my niece when she was in my sister's belly. I used to tap her stomach and then she would kick or run her little foot across my sister's belly. And when she came out, if she would be acting up, my sister would be like, come get your daughter. And when we would go to the store, everybody thought she was my daughter because she looks a lot like me. Those kids are my heart. They're my everything. And as much as it does hurt, I know that they know I love them. They're the reason I speak my truth. I don't ever want them to be unaware of what goes on in this world. I don't ever want for them to ever be deceived or tricked or fooled. I want them to know the truth. And the fact that she is following the same footsteps that I did when I was her age is everything to me. And my youngest niece has been doing a lot of things spiritually that I used to do when I was her age. And I cover them daily in prayer. So, and I pray for my sister's healing because she went through a lot of trauma too, sexually. Finding out when my dad died that her biological father raped and molested her was horrifying. So I love my sister so much, and my heart still breaks for her. And I hope she heals. I want all of my nieces and nephews to be healed and to never, ever, ever experience what either one of us did. So I am the black sheep of my family. My oldest brother doesn't talk to me because he doesn't like me speaking out about this. When I told him that my ex-fiance raped me, all he said was, damn, he raped you? He never said like, sis, I'm sorry, let me go after him. It was just kind of like, no big deal. And my sister, who we're 11 months apart, I told her, but she's bipolar schizophrenic, so she goes off the radar a lot. Like, we don't even know where she's at right now. None of us have heard from her in months. I hope she's okay. Normally, I hear from her on my birthday, or at least hers, because we're the same age. From my birthday to hers, nobody's heard from her. Angie, if you are out there, please contact me so I know you're alive. Like, I've been super worried about you. So yeah, it's not been easy, you guys, for me to do this. Like, I don't really have a family. And I love my mom to life, but she's a member at that church, at that cult where I was raped. And she just told me not to talk about it because she feels like I'm fighting against the church because they don't like me talking about it. So it's not easy. It's not easy when your own mom tells you not to talk about being raped because of what the church is going to think about her. And for her not to call and check on you and see if you're okay. This is not easy. But I do it for my babies. I do it because I don't ever want my nieces and nephews to be hurt. I want them to know that they are loved, and they are valued, and they are protected. But it hurts so much to be the outcast, and to see them having family events, and I'm never invited. And they never call. Even after Hurricane Beryl, nobody called. And they all claim that they didn't know that I had changed my number, even though I have text messages from them from when I had to change my number because the cell phone company lost my account. It's really hard to do this alone. But I know this is what God told me to do. So I don't care who doesn't like it. I don't care who doesn't call. I don't care who calls me crazy. I am doing exactly what God told me to do. And I know I will have my spiritual family soon. My soul tribe is coming towards me. I'm not supposed to walk this journey alone anymore. And I'm celibate because I am preparing myself spiritually for my husband, for my kingdom spouse, for my divine masculine. That's why I love seeing Jaguar and Odell, because they give me hope that he is coming towards me. When I see them coming together and I see them working together, I'm like, he's going to come towards me. And I keep seeing our daughter and I keep seeing our son. I seen us married. I deserve to have my family. I don't care who doesn't want me to talk about it. I don't care who doesn't want to hear it. I'm going to still speak my truth. And if they want to keep shunning me, I'm going to still keep praying for them. I really pray that before my mom transitions, that our relationship will be healed, but I have accepted it, that if it doesn't, I've made the right choice. Because the worst thing is for your mom to be living and still not, like, I'm still healing my mother wound, basically. I love her, but my second mom checks on me more than my biological mom. And so all I can do is pray that God will bring her out of that cult. I can't even be mad at her because that was me 15 years ago, sitting there following the leader, to the point where the pastor told me, just be silent about the rape and counsel. Like, y'all don't understand the MK Ultra breaking your conditioning, breaking the brainwashing, breaking MK Ultra. And then when you finally break it, everybody turning on you. Everyone you grew up with, everybody you know and love turning on you. And then your own mom doing the same thing. It's horrible. So I am still working through a lot by myself. And I decided that I think I'm going to start back my life coach sessions, because doing this, I'm doing what God has telling me to do, but the human side to me, this is a lot sometimes. That's why I feel for Jaguar, because I know what that's like to have people attack you and all you're doing is being honest. And to have people shit on you and dismiss you and call you a liar and, come for you. I know what it feels like. So yeah, I'm gonna support her. Because I've been in her shoes. Hell, I'm still in her shoes, So this is not easy, but I gotta do the assignment that God gave me to do. Oh yeah, no, they send prayers of death to me all the time. The church she's at, the pastor, they got prayers of death posted up in the church that anybody that speaks against Dwight and Jordan, because Dwight married her when she was 18 and he was 63 and groomed her, anybody who speaks against him and the church to pray death and for all these negative things that happen to them. Hell, when I was there, they used to have us pray for God to trouble the waters in their lives and don't let them have rest. But yet they don't call that witchcraft. But me tapping into the gifts that I was born with is witchcraft. But that's not. A pastor who's a whole fucking pedophile, who has literally been accused of being a pedophile and a rapist by his own stepdaughters. But that's okay. So yeah, they send all kind of spiritual attacks and they don't work. I just send them back. Yeah, he was fighting with those demons. And that's why I didn't, people say, why didn't you press charges? I love that man. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted him to be healed because I knew what happened to him. It's just that simple. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. I appreciate it. It does, Nafisha, most definitely. I believe that. I do. Like I said, I've been dealing with this internally for years, and it does suck. It sucks being the outcast in the family. It sucks being the black sheep. It sucks being the one that no one ever checks on. And if I didn't reach out to check on them, I would never hear from them. We used to all be so close, especially my oldest sister. That's why I was so close with her kids, I was there while she was pregnant. I went to the doctors with her. I was there at the hospital when she had the babies. Even when her husband wasn't there, I was there every day. I would go to work. And I was working 2 jobs at that time, and I was going to school. And as soon as I got out of school or got off work, I would show up at her house in my chef coat, Again, Scorpios, we're like that. Like we're going to be there no matter what. And when I started speaking my truth, and like I said, my siblings aren't even members at that church, but because they used to be, and they're still friends with a lot of people, they don't want to be involved with me speaking out against it because they don't want those people to not want to associate with them. They don't want the backlash. So doing this, when I hear Jaguar talk about all the sacrifices she made, I have left everything I know and love to do this. That's why I won't go back home. For what? There's not going to be any support there. So home is where I make it. And when it's time, I genuinely believe that my divine masculine will come towards me. I do believe I know who he is. Yes, he's here in Houston. But I also believe that he has some more healing to do as well. And in all honesty, if it wasn't for the connection that we have, connected when we did spend time, I wouldn't be trying to stay here. Because I left here because of my last relationship and came back, but Houston's not the same as it was when I first moved here, and I really don't want to stay here. I don't. So I'm going to make a decision within this 2025 if I'm going to continue to stay here or not, because if he is meant for me, he'll come wherever I'm at. Simple as that. But yeah, this has not been easy. But I've got to do what God told me to do. I have to. Right. And that's the thing, Nafisha. They don't know. They don't know any better. They see it as evil because it's something that they don't understand. And yeah, it's definitely a cult. They teach you, either you're with us or against us. Get away from your family. I remember Bishop Reed telling us that every service, get away from your family and friends that aren't saved. They're going to hell. They're going to take you to hell with them. We're your family now. I remember hearing my mom say that a few months back. And my mom has mental health issues, and it's gotten worse since my Uncle James died during the pandemic because they were very close and he helped her raise her. My Uncle James was 11 years older than my mom. He really did take care of her. And then he took care of us, and he was the glue that held the family together. And she's just kind of really lost herself since he passed. So to her, she says the church is all she has. But I'm like, Mom, you have your kids. But it's the mental conditioning. She's like, well, I don't need anybody but my church. I remember saying that when I was there. So, like watching her go through that is heartbreaking because, thank you, Anita, because I can't get her out of it. I don't know. I try to talk to her, but then she gets mad. And I'm like, Mom, I know you watch me go through the mental breakdown when I left this church. And to see her now so caught up in it. And then I had a premonition of her funeral and my aunties, which lets me know that they don't have that much time left. My aunt's not a member there, but that's it for the parents. My dad is gone. My uncle that helped raise me, my Uncle James, is gone. My other Uncle Melvin just died. All that's left is my mom and auntie. My Aunt Luella passed away a few years back. And I want so bad for my mom to come out of this cult. And it really does break my heart that she's so caught up in it. Like, we used to talk all the time because me being a chef, I got it from my mom. So we would talk about the stuff we're cooking and, what are you making and, recipes. We barely talk anymore because they're teaching her not to talk to me, especially because I speak out against her pastor, who I know is he's been accused of rape and pedophilia for years. The fact that he married Jordan at 18 and he was 63 and he's now 67 and she's 21, it's just disgusting. And the stories that his ex-wives and his stepdaughters have said publicly are horrifying. But they treat him like he's God, just like how T.D. Jakes' church treats him like he's God. It's like they're untouchable. And they do the most dirt and corruption behind closed doors. So I'm serious when I say the shit Jaguar talks about, yo, I've seen it in the church, and I am not going to be silent about it. They want me to so bad, and I'm not. Like I said, I'll walk this earth alone before I be fake or try to compensate other people's comfortability. If I got to be the outcast, I'll be the fucking outcast. Christ was the outcast. Everyone, Yeshua, the true Christ, helped to heal and save. They turned on him too, and even crucified him. So, I mean, so if you're the black sheep, take pride in that. Take joy in that. The black sheep becomes a shepherd. But it's just sharing my truth. Sometimes it's painful. And that's why I tend not to talk about anything, because I don't like getting emotional. I'm used to always being the strong one and never showing weakness. But when people here keep asking me, like, what I've been going through since the hurricane, where's your family? I don't have one. I don't. And my body can't even take the cold of Nebraska, which is why I left and came back to Houston. And also because when I was there for the 3 months I was there after I lost my last job, that's when these bleeding episodes started, when I was doing that job where I was transcribing the patient charts in Florida, working from home. My bleeding episode started while I was doing that job. And they let me go, just like Progressive did. And I went home for like 3 months, and my family didn't even speak to me. I remember traveling to go visit my mom from Omaha to Des Moines. And like I said, my mom, I love her, but she flips out and shit. And I remember telling her, I was like, Mom, I was crying. I was like, Mom, this could be the last time we see each other. And she just like went off on me after I had taken, because I had my car still then. I had drove her everywhere, bought her a bunch of stuff, took her wherever she wanted to go, paid for food and stuff. And she just has this part of her trauma that's not healed, where she just flips out. And she went off on me because I ended up having to leave early to go back home because I was bleeding. I actually went to the emergency room when I was in Des Moines for my bleeding because it didn't stop and I started passing clots. And she got mad because I couldn't take her to the store, and like flipped out and was like, well, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And I was like, Mom, what if this is the last time we see each other? I don't want the energy to be like this. And we haven't seen each other since. Not even since my uncle died. I haven't seen any of my relatives because I was in Florida. And then, like I said, I went home for a few months. Nobody would respond when I would call, reach out, I tried to go see my sister and my kid and my babies. She wouldn't respond. The whole 3 months I was there. That's why I don't go back to Nebraska. For what? It's just going to continue to hurt. So yeah, I'm going to rebuild my life. After getting displaced from this hurricane, God is going to provide everything I need. I don't give a fuck what I'm going through right now. And I'm going to keep speaking my truth. Doesn't matter who doesn't like it. This is what the Most High God told me to do. That transcends everyone's opinions, period. CGK says there are some that attend churches like that have sexual abusers in it, and people don't say anything because they're afraid of being shunned or thrown out of the church instead of standing up for what's right. That's absolutely why they're silent, CGK. That's absolutely why they're silent, because they don't want to end up like me. I've even had some of them tell me that. I don't want to end up getting shunned like you. I thank God they shunned me, and I thank God that God brought me out of that. Amy, I have to be, because so many people on this platform are so fake, and I just can't be fake. I can't. That's why a lot of people don't like me, because I speak my truth, and I'm upfront about everything. Andrew, I can definitely relate, hon. Yeah, the healing, it sucks. I hate getting emotional, but it is healing. Thank you. Thank you guys, for real. Thank you. I appreciate you all so much, because this is not even, I didn't even plan on talking about this tonight. Now that my family wants, now that my family wants to be around, because I see the vindication, I'm too scarred to give my heart back to them. Thank you, Nafisha. And I'm praying for your healing too. Right. Rejection is God's protection. And as much as I do love them, honestly, I've been healing more not being around them. And I still pray for their healing. Yeah, the tears are definitely healing. It's just, it's a lot sometimes. And those babies will always be in your heart, and you will always be in theirs. Right. Right. Absolutely. And I love them to life. I really do. Anita says, my brother works on a farm in Nebraska. 8 months of the year for the last 7 years, we were very close. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, the people that are on this platform being fake and being messy, I don't even have it in my mind to be like that. Now, I will address shit like how I, address Claudia. Like I said, apparently I must have hit a nerve because she sent me 2 messages that I haven't even opened yet. But I don't jump on here to intentionally be messy and fake and talk shit about people. I only talk shit about those who have either talked shit about me or lied on me, or have called me crazy when I've been speaking my truth. And even then, it's not really talking shit. It's checking a person and setting them right. And I forgot, I didn't have this sharing. Y'all, I got to talking about all this and forgot. Y'all make sure, and I do want to get to this video because it's like almost 3. You guys make sure that you like, share, and subscribe to Jag's page. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. I keep saying page. I mean to say channel, to Odell's channel. And make sure that you like, share, and subscribe to Sean Atwood's channel. I think Roro has a channel. Let me see real quick. I'm pretty sure Ron has a channel because I remember subscribing to it. I just don't remember the name of it. Let me see. Oh, shoot. I do not. Oh, there it is. Okay, he does. Here it is. I couldn't find it. Okay, and then this is, so Ron is the one that Jaguar calls Roro. He's Sean Atwood's co-host. So anytime you're watching one of Sean Atwood's lives that Jaguar's on, so this is Sean Atwood and his channel. This is a dope ass cover photo, by the way. I'm all into like the tech neon colors. That's my shit. So yeah, this is his co-host, Ron, but because I hear Jaguar called him Roro so much, I just started calling him that too. So you guys, everybody make sure that we are supporting these truth tellers, these chosen ones who are supporting Jaguar as well. And, let's just keep each other uplifted. Thank you guys for allowing me to be vulnerable. Although I hate being emotional. Thank you for your energy and your support. It really does mean everything to me. Nafisha says, there's nothing like when your mother leaves. Trust me. I wish I could say what you're saying right now, because that would mean she's still alive. Please understand. And that's the thing. I don't want her to pass away. And, we don't have that chance to really have that moment and space to heal, So, like I said, I hate getting emotional, which is why I don't talk about this kind of stuff. But yeah, for those who have kept asking me why I don't go home, now you know why. Because it's really pointless to go. I do want to be able to go home and visit, especially and see my babies. I've seen their pictures on Facebook and they have just all grown up so much. Even my niece that I'm talking about, that my sister said she's been studying, the Illuminati and Masons. I can't believe how she just looks like a little woman now. And I remember literally the day she was born. Literally, I remember the day she came out of my sister. And I remember when I was getting my biopsies. So I remember I told you guys I had survived thyroid cancer twice. And the second time it came back, when they couldn't rule it out, my sister was still pregnant. My niece's nickname is Lulu. She's pregnant with her and she was almost due. And that's when we were very close. And she went with me to my biopsy appointment because I had 13 biopsies over the span of 2.5 years. And this particular one, there was a student, this was at Nebraska Medical Center, where they allow the students to do their residency and practice on patients. Well, the student kept sticking the needle in, and keeping in mind, I had the multinodular goiter. Matter of fact, let me show you guys what that is before we watch this video. Multinodular goiter. So that's when you have like multiple tumors that have grown. So, I mean, they weren't this big, thank God. It was more like this, but it was essentially like, can I make this bigger? Okay. So it was like these, but there were 7 and they had grown on top of each other. So it was like the biggest one was on my isthmus. I can never pronounce that word, isthmus. And then it was like really large. And then there were 6 other ones growing on top of it. So the one that was on the isthmus was really, really hard. It was a very hard nodule. And it was a cold nodule. That's how they knew that it was malignant. So the student, she kept sticking the needle in my neck. And when they do a thyroid biopsy, they stick the needle all the way in. So it goes all the way in to your, where your thyroid gland is. And the topical anesthetic did not work at all. I felt every time, not only, and it's a very thick needle too. It's very thick. I felt it every time she moved the needle around when she kept trying to extract the cells in the tissue. And then my neck was bleeding. So there was blood coming out, which that's not supposed to happen at all because that means you're also letting air in. She could have literally killed me. And I will never forget, my sister said my niece kicked her so hard. And she said, "Stop sticking my sister." They had to escort her out the room because my sister's a Taurus like Jaguar, okay? And she said, "Girl, that baby kicked me so hard." She even felt like, "You hurting my auntie." And I was crying because I was in pain, but I was laughing too. So when I tell you, me and my niece Lulu have this connection, that's my heart. All of my nieces and nephews are my heart. But that baby was like, from the womb, you better leave my auntie alone. And she's an Aries. But yeah, I love those kids to life. But yeah, and I was young, you guys. I was in my late 20s. Let me show you. I'm gonna see if they show. It's called a fine needle aspiration. So do you see how thick this fucking needle is? Can y'all see this shit? And they stick it all the way in. So here's the isthmus. The thyroid, the nodule that was on here was this big, like the size of a quarter. And they're showing the tumors here. Mine were much bigger than that. And they stuck this thick ass needle. That girl kept sticking me, or this is the part. Sorry, that's the syringe. But here it is. This is a very thick needle that they stick into your neck. And they move it around to try to extract the cancer cells and the tissue. She stuck me 7 times and still did not extract the cells nor the tissue. So what they had to end up doing, they had to call in my endocrinologist specialist, because she was also a surgical specialist, and she had it done in like 30 seconds. And she was like, I am so sorry. She's like, if I would have known that she didn't, know what she was doing, I would have never had her practice on you. And oh my God, it left such a huge bruise. It was just horrible. And yeah, going through that, I was 27. And that happened a couple of years after the rape by my ex-fiance. So it's very true that trauma can trigger, dis-ease within the body. Now, the doctor did tell me when I was diagnosed with Graves that I was born with it. They said it's a condition you're born with, but you usually don't catch it till you're in your mid to late 20s. But the thyroid cancer, that didn't come out until after my paternal grandfather, my grandpa Rodriguez, died from leukemia. And then remember I told you guys, like, I ended up dying going to heaven because I had embraced darkness for the first time and told God to kill me, and then I died. And that was in 2008. They found the cancer in 2009, and they did the thyroid cancer surgery in 2010. So yeah, I have I've been through a lot of shit. Like, just saying this shit, it's like, God damn, I've been through a lot of shit. But I'm blessed to be here. Again, 2-time thyroid cancer, and it went into remission naturally both times. I didn't have to do any chemo, and I refused to do chemo because I worked for United Health Group, and I knew exactly what that radiation was going to do, and that it was going to make me worse and not better. She said, knowing that you will never be able to talk to your mother again. Oh, wait. I think I read that one. It was already written. God knew you had to go through this. Exactly. And that's the thing. I pray that my mom heals and that we can heal before she passes away, because I know tomorrow's not promised to any of us. I want that relationship to be healed. And I'm actively working on that mother wound. Actively. I had to do a lot of therapy and life coaching, because a lot of my abandonment issues and low self-worth, I found out, came from that relationship not being healed. So the things that I've learned in therapy, believe it or not, when we do talk, I talk to her about it. And she's like, how do you know all this? I said, from the counseling, the grief counseling and the life coach, sessions. And then of course the support groups. And then I do a lot of self-help too. I do a lot of research on my own about how to heal outside of those sessions, because I don't want it to be painful anymore. I want to be empowered, and for it not to trigger, like emotional, but like I said, that's also a defense mechanism that I was told. We're taught to be strong and not let out our emotions, when that's actually what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to heal the part of us that's not healed, especially from our childhood. Childhood trauma manifests into dis-ease. So a lot of these conditions that I have been passed down to me, like the GI shit. And it's so funny because my nephew, the same one I'm talking about, he called me about a week ago just to check on me. And he was telling me about his GI conditions. And my oldest cousin had to have GI surgery. My uncle that died from COVID had to have 2 GI surgeries. And so did my maternal grandmother, my mom and my uncle's mom. So this is a generational curse, but it's going to stop with me. I'm literally the generational curse breaker. That's also why I'm the black sheep. I'm the one that's meant to break the curse and not to pass it down to my children. And that's why, as painful as it is that I've lost 5 children, I thank God that they did not have to inherit those curses, so that I can heal And then when it is time for me to have my children, they don't have to inherit that. She said, some people are just not made to handle that kind of truth. Like you said, God made you the way you are for a reason. Thank you, Nafisha. I definitely appreciate you, love. Anita says, my best friend had a tiny lump in her breast. They did a biopsy, and within a week it went malignant and spread. She's no, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that, Anita. I'm sending you healing love because I know that's not easy. My best friend and sister, Elissa, died from complications of diabetes September 1st of 2014. And she was my sister assigned to my soul. We had been friends since I was 5 and literally grew up together. And yeah, that's the other reason I have a hard time fully embracing women, because the level of loyalty that I have, she had, our loyalty matched each other, and our spiritual gifts were the same. We're both empaths, we're both clairvoyant, both psychics, all of that. And living without her has been really, really hard. I have not been able to find a sisterhood like that. And I love my second mom because she explained to me last year, she said, you never will, baby. Y'all had a special bond you'll never have with anybody else. And she said, and you can't measure other women by her. You have to just, give them a chance to be a sisterhood to you without comparing them to her. And I realized right then and there, damn, every female that has tried to befriend me, I've absolutely measured them by Elissa's. So again, shout out to my second mom. I love her dearly as well. Andrew said, sometimes we have to stand even if others turn away. Andrew, I tell you, I've been doing that for some years now. In fact, for over a decade. So thank you for that, Andrew. I appreciate you, family. Nafisha says, I didn't even understand why my hubby had to leave town for work, and it was because I was supposed to be here with all of you. Oh, bless you. Bless you, love. I appreciate that. I made food because of my mom as well. I love to make food for people. Me too, especially as a chef. I love cooking for people. And that's my happy place. That's why I do my Chef on a Budget, Eat Your Way Healthy. The kitchen's my therapy. Once I am back in my own place, I'll be fully back in my zone because music is my first love. So like when I had my apartment, I would put on my playlist and get in the kitchen and just be in my zone. Just like when I'm editing, I get lost in the things that I love to do. And that is also what I do to cope when I'm grieving and stuff. That was a exercise that the first grief counselor gave me. She assigned to me. She said, what do you love to do? I said, I love music. I love to sing. I love to write. I love to play music. I was in band growing up. I played the clarinet. I played the piano. I used to read sheet music. I haven't done that shit in so many years. So like I decided this coming year, I'm going to reteach myself sheet music. I still know the piano, but not as fluently as I used to. So I'm going to get back into that. I even want to relearn the clarinet and join like adult symphonies. I was in symphonic band. I was in marching band. I actually went to band camp, and it was nothing like American Pie. It was very military, very much had to be at practice at 5 a.m. before high school classes started, but I loved it. I loved doing the field shows. And I would love like, to teach my kids that stuff and to share music with them. And I love to sing. I love to write. I love to do art. I was always I did every media of art since grade school, from watercolors to color pencils to media art, acrylic paint, media where we use like burlap bags and paper mache to create. I did still life drawings, pastel, oil paint, the what is it called when you work with the clay, pottery. I did all that stuff growing up. So art is like my favorite happy zone. And then when I got into college, really even before college, I was into digital art, and UX design and innovation. And now like with the editing and the multimedia production, like I said, everything on my channel and my social media, that's all my work. I get lost in that. That's my happy place, So I do things that I enjoy, and then I do a lot of research. I've always been like a bookworm and a geek, and technology. That's my dad's side. The cooking artistic side is my mom. So I dive deep into the things that I love, and that's where I find my healing. So looking back at this, talking about this, I'm very blessed to still be here, to have gone through this twice. And as I showed you guys on my channel, I'll show you guys for those who may not have seen this when I showed this before, but they cut across my vocal cords to do my thyroid cancer surgery to remove. They just took out, because they said they wouldn't be able to just remove the tumors. They actually removed the whole left side of my thyroid. And I only have the right side left, but the right side is still overactive. So that's why I still go through a lot physically. Hold on. Okay. What the fuck, YouTube? I was trying to show this video and I don't know what the hell just happened. Okay, I seriously went to the video of me and it just played another short that I wasn't even clicking on. I keep forgetting that Mercury and Mars are both in retrograde. That explains a lot because Mars is my ruling planet. That's also why I'm somewhat emotional right now. Okay, seriously? My God. Because I don't, oh yeah, because that's a copywritten song. So I posted this. Was this on my birthday? Oh, this was last year. Matter of fact, this was right after I met the TGIF crew, Claudia and Q and Al. So yeah, this was right after my surgery. And this was when I went home and my neck was definitely still swollen. But they cut across my vocal cords and then they had to put a hole here to drain the fluid from my neck. So like you can still see I guess this is the biggest. You can still see where it was swollen. And that's why I'm like, I just feel very blessed to still be here because I definitely could have been not, So this is why I get self-conscious sometimes when I sing because my vocal cords aren't as strong as they used to be, but I absolutely love to sing. I always have. And yeah, this was exceptionally painful, but they got it done. They took out the left side and they told me that it can come back on the right side. And not gonna lie to y'all, I have been having some symptoms lately, but I really just don't mentally even want to face it or deal with it. So I'm just speaking healing. Because a lot of the same symptoms that I went through before I've been experiencing. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to speak healing. I'm not going to worry about it. And if it's there, it'll go away just like it did before. But yeah, looking at these photos, I'm blessed. And I ain't gonna hold y'all. It was very painful, the recovery, because of the way the skin is so sensitive around your thyroid. When the skin was, retracting back together, the nerve pain it's intense. So yeah, 2-time thyroid cancer survivor. Yes, you're right, Nafisha, for sure. 2-time thyroid cancer survivor. Lost 5 babies. Last one 8 months after my dad died. Lost a lot of people around this time of year. My Aunt Luella, actually, we buried her December 6th, 2016. And then Elissa, she died September 1st, 2014. My brother-in-law's nephew, which I just refer to him as my nephew, he got gunned down in Omaha on the south side in January 29th. And then after that, it was Aunt Luella. After Aunt Luella, then it was my dad. And after my dad, then it was my Uncle James. And then it was my Uncle Melvin just last week. So yeah, this time of year is like very hard. But I thank God for strength, you know. And when I look at this video, I consider myself very blessed to have survived thyroid cancer twice, to have beat it twice, no chemo, and it went into remission. So the reason they took out the left half is because they had done a biopsy where they told me that they thought it was coming back a third time. And then they were like, well, it's interdeterminate, which means that we can't exactly say for sure it's malignant, but we also can't rule it out. So we're just going to take out the whole left side. Because like I said, initially they were just going to remove the tumors. And they were like, we're just take the whole left side out and leave your right side. So I am blessed. I am blessed. I am highly favored. And I just thank the Most High that I am here. And I'm going to stop sharing because I know that YouTube is going to, or not YouTube, StreamYard is going to make me have to reshare the audio. So I'm going to pull up the interview with Jonathan Hay because I do want, now that's real crazy. YouTube, when I clicked on my thyroid cancer survivor video, it brought up the one of Claudia Jordan from when I met her last year, which lets me know that she's watching. That was weird because I was like, I didn't click on that video. That's fucking weird. Yeah, when stuff like that happens by mistake, it's usually the ancestors letting me know they're essentially giving me a message. Nafisha said, let me reshare because I do want to start. Wait, where is it? Here we go. I do want to start the video with Jonathan Hay. And if we don't get to Jaguars Live tonight, then just come back tonight. We'll definitely do it again. Nafisha said, it's 4 a.m. here and I haven't even cleaned my kitchen yet. I can't put the phone down. Girl, put that phone on the charger. If you don't put that phone on the charger. Thank you, love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. And you know what, Nafisha? I feel like if me allowing myself to share that with you guys helps people heal, then thank God. It's something, like I said, I'm still working through a lot of things, and I'm usually very private and keep everything inside, but that's not good either. My life coach had told me you need to stop bottling everything up and release it. Jaguar said that tonight. Shout out to the queen when she said release it from your heart chakra. So even though I was feeling her pain, she must have been feeling mine. I just thought about that when she said that when I was on her panel. And yeah, a lot of what I go through, and I remember my grief counselor telling me that I was altruistic. She's like, you want to help people because you know what it's like to be hurt and to not have anyone be there. And genuinely, I do. So it's just in my heart to want to encourage and uplift people because I know what it's like to not have people be there. But again, shout out to Queen Jaguar. Shout out to you, Queen. I really, really thank God for you so much. Okay, so let's get into reviewing this. And again, shout out to Jonathan Hay. Let me put the title of this video, and shout out to Real Life Productions. I'll put their channel tag in the chat. And you guys make sure that you go like, share, and subscribe. You will see several videos of Jaguar on their platform. They definitely promote Jaguar. And then they have this other channel too, Real Life Street Stars. Basically, YouTube came for their channel after they posted the live between Jaguar and Jonathan Hay. And they were trying to make, no, not that one. It was the live that they shared about Jaguar being on Piers Morgan. They made them take the video down, which I thought was extremely whack. So like I said, the censorship behind Jay-Z is insanity, because that's the only reason why they made them take it down, was because of what she said about Jay-Z. And just like I told you guys on my lives, how they have automatically demonetized my lives where I speak about Jay-Z, and I don't care. I really don't, because I'm not on YouTube for money. I'm on YouTube to bring awareness and speak my truth. Lisa Coleman said, new subscriber. I enjoy your content. Please pray for me as I pray for you. The time of year has been very hard for me these last 4 years. Well, first of all, Lisa, welcome to the DzPeepz family. Thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing, and thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate that you enjoy my content. That definitely lets me know that I'm reaching people. So thank you for that, my love. And I am definitely going to keep you in prayer, because I understand how this time of year can be difficult. So I'll definitely keep you in my prayers, my love. And thank you so much for your kind words and for you subscribing. Like I said, you guys, DzPeepz, when I tell y'all we are family, I definitely appreciate you guys so much. Nafisha, I do have, I can drop the link for you guys to join the panel, but because of the time, because I didn't realize it was after 3, I do want to start playing the video. Let me see if it's just like really quick. Definitely you can jump on. Otherwise, I kind of wanted to wait till after we review the video, because it's very important that you guys hear what Jonathan Hay has to say. So I just dropped the link in the chat. If you want to join, you can join with your avatar like I am, or you can come on camera. But I want to start playing this video because I really need you guys to hear what he has to say, because it completely validates and vindicates Jaguar once again. And it's very important, the details that he shares. So yes, if you do join, just make sure to mute yourself so that there's no echo as I'm playing the content. And again, before I play this content, let me go back to the banners. We are reviewing this interview, fair use for the purpose of education, bringing awareness, commentary, entertainment news reporting, investigative research, and bringing awareness to today's current events and what's going on. And my purpose is for healing. So I want to make sure that I show that, so that people don't be trying to say that I'm stealing content. I'm giving a review and a reaction to this interview. And by the way, Jonathan Hayes sent me this link himself on IG. Again, shout out to you, King, for sending me this on the DM yesterday. And I'm praying for you as well.
And fact check. I was working with the Notorious Big Camp, right? And I did a deal with Biggie's estate. Biggie was best friends with who? Jay-Z, and he was signed to Diddy. And a lot of people say, oh, Biggie was about to leave Bad Boy. No, he wasn't. They're confusing that with Tupac. Biggie says in the song Hypnotize, that was released a week before he died, close like Starsky and Hutch. Me and Puff, close like Starsky and Hutch, right? They were best friends. Real life. Major clients and stuff.
Take on all that.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Jonathan Hay. I'm a publicist. I've been doing this for 25 years at a pretty high level with a bunch of major clients and stuff like that. Throughout the years, people can Google it and see, and see the stuff that I've done and that type of thing. But, I want to say something real quick when we jump off. I was just sitting here thinking about some of the people who are discrediting, because I've been speaking out for, just like for the last few months, and people have been trying to discredit me. And I see that they try to discredit Jaguar Wright. And the thing that I want to say about the thing I want to say about that is, to start it off, is like, I challenge academics who is a journalist. He's an investigative journalist, and he was rated the #1 media guy, and he likes to take deep dives into things, to take a deep dive into my relationship with Drake, since he likes to cover Drake, and looking to see that if I didn't do a deal with Drake and Future the Prince this year, 2024, I challenge academics to look and see, contact Future the Prince, contact Drake, and see if we didn't do a deal this year. And I say all that to say, because if I can touch Drake, pause, no Diddy, if I can touch Drake.
You know what's crazy? That Diddy's about to be a whole new meme. First it was just pause. Everybody is now saying no Diddy. I love the way Jonathan said that. Pause, no Diddy. Just threw that shit in there.
Drake, if I can go that high to the biggest artist in the world, then there's no telling where I can go. And so my credibility should never be called into question, because I've done deals with Drake.
Nafisha, if I didn't say it, thank you for the super chat, love. Thank you.
This year. And that's fact. And if anybody ever trying to discredit that, like an academics or anything, he can contact Drake direct, ask about me, and ask if we did not do a deal this year. Secondly, a lot of people have been hitting me about, how could Jaguar Wright know all these things, right? And how, Jaguar Wright hasn't worked with Jay-Z since, when she did the Unplugged. That's a long time ago. Well, I can tell you, just from what I've experienced, is the people that have contacted me since I've done like your show and since I've done other shows, people have contacted me, other victims, and have sent me. Obviously, there's been some people that have sent me stuff that, doesn't check out or whatever, but victims have contacted me and they have sent me proof that can never be disputed, photos, everything else, because they don't want to bring their story out, but they like what we're doing. So they're whistleblowing, but they're doing quietly to protect their jobs and to protect their families and to protect, whatever. They're not comfortable speaking out. So if I've got all kinds of information in the last 2 months, just from doing, shows like you guys, I can't imagine all the stuff that Jaguar Wright has got.
Exactly. This is why it's important. I wanted us to review this video first. For everyone who's like, well, how could she know all this and blah, 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 and receipts. He's gonna continue to speak and say, like, there were several people. I believe on one interview, he even said hundreds of people that have reached out to him, victims that, again, they don't want their identities to be known because they're married, they have kids, They're still afraid. Can you imagine being a whole entire adult and still afraid of your predator, married with children? So much so that you reach out to someone else to speak on your behalf out of fear. Understand why this is so important for us to speak our truths? You know how many adults from the church, the cult that I came from, reached out to me on the DMs on both Instagram and Facebook, thanking me and telling me that the same thing happened to them, and thank you for being my voice. People are genuinely afraid to speak their truth, which means that they are not healing. Because you cannot heal what you don't reveal. You can't heal what you're hiding. You can't heal what you're suppressing. This is why it's vital that those of us who have been through this, who have these platforms, that we use our platforms to speak out, so that people who don't have a voice, who deserve a voice, finally get heard and can start their own healing process. So again, shout out to Jonathan Hay for this. And above all, shout out to him for not only vindicating and validating Jaguar, but for also defending her. See, this is a true man, unlike liar Lionel B trying to compete and tearing her down. He's actually supporting her and he's helping victims come forward. That's what I kept saying. All these people talking shit. What are you doing to help other victims come forward? This is what it's about.
And to her, and the access that she's seen and the people who have came to her, like she has such a bigger reach and such a bigger audience than me. It's and mine is getting to the point where it's overwhelming of people reaching out who have suffered abuse from Diddy, from Jay-Z, and from these celebrities. Sorry about that. I was just thinking about that right now. So
no, please. So if you don't mind letting us know, after you came on and did your interview with us, what has come your way as far as, let's just say, either backlash or just trying to discredit you, or like what? Can you let us know kind of what?
There hasn't been any backlash as far as like, you know, what Jaguar has experienced, right? And I was just watching Academics the other day, and he was being objective about her, but he was also saying like he didn't believe her. And when I'm saying to Academics is just what I told you, fact check me, right? Put your investigative journalist hat on and fact check me about Drake and I. Like I was saying, fact check me. And Jaguar has more information than I do. So to anybody who discredits her is really doesn't know what's going on, because she has more information than I could even dream of having, because I'm sure, without even speaking to her about this, that people have contacted her, given her information and stuff like that. The people who've reached out from even Jay-Z's family to me is crazy, you know? So it's just like most.
That really, I was trying to respond to y'all's chats on my phone so I wouldn't have to stop it. But when I first was watching this, that really stood out to me. People from Jay-Z's family have reached out to him. So for all of y'all that was calling Jaguar a liar and saying she was crazy, this is a whole nother person who worked directly with Jay-Z, Diddy, Drake, all of them, who is saying that people from Jay-Z's own family have reached out to him. So that should tell you something right there. That means that allegedly he's done this to his own relatives. And I know there were people on last night's live saying, you know, when I was just comparing Blu's picture to Cathy, and I was saying I just can't believe how much she grew up to be this beautiful young lady. Because again, I don't like watch her. I didn't know she even looked the way she did. She's like a young woman now. I remember seeing when she's like a toddler. And they were saying, well, but she's in line to be the next witch. I really hope not. And I pray for her and her younger siblings' safety. I pray to God Jay-Z has never touched them inappropriately or hurt his own kids. Because those kids deserve to be children. They don't deserve to be forced to be a part of this demonic satanic bullshit. So I genuinely hope and pray for that young lady that if her mom and dad are trying to initiate her into any sort of satanic occult activity, that she is able to break free mentally and spiritually and make her own decision and turn away from that. Same thing with Kanye and Kim's kids, because a lot of people have been saying that too. This next generation, they just deserve to be kids. They don't deserve to be forced to follow in Aleister Crowley's footsteps because their dad did and their mom willingly.
Most of the time, like, I don't even want to know this information, but I feel like I have to speak to them because I understand that they're hurting. So I know that hers has got to be times 1,000 of what I've dealt with.
Right.
Jonathan,
So go ahead.
Did you see this getting out? Like, before all this, could you ever imagine that all this would come to play like it has?
Of course, for sure. Like I didn't think about as far as like Did he get arrested? I kind of just gave up because he's been doing it for so long. You understand? So I just kind of felt like there would never be any kind of justice, and they were untouchable. So it's great to see, these pillars getting knocked down.
So with that being said, let's just go with the Jaguar Wright, Piers Morgan conversation where Jay-Z, Beyonce, again, their lawyer reached out to have them to give an ultimatum for them to technically take down the accusations that were made by Jaguar Wright. When you saw that, because now this is on national TV, can you give us your take on how you received that whole takedown in itself?
I thought it was pretty lame, to be honest, because he was going off Jay-Z and Beyonce's lawyer, just their words. That was it. And he took it down and edited the clip. He censored his uncensored show, which to me was just was crazy. Didn't go off any evidence. There was no proof sent to him, just simply going off the words. And then I saw the media run with that narrative, which I thought was extremely unprofessional.
Did you hear that? That was something I never understood. I feel like, I don't think it's just that Jay-Z has power because of him pledging to, Lucifer, Baphomet, and Aleister Crowley. I think Jay-Z has dirt on some of these people that are willingly choosing to censor content because maybe they have some skeletons in their own closet that they don't want exposed. It didn't make sense to me. The reason I was so happy when I saw Jaguar on, and I actually saw the actual interview when it aired, because I was staying at that other hotel, and that's why I decided to review the interview. And I was so proud of Jaguar. I mean, I was cheesing. I was like, oh my God, she's finally on a mainstream media platform speaking her truth to where people can't sit up here and fucking call her crazy and shit. And I was so happy for her. But when he took that shit down, I was like, bruh, really? You mean to tell me you fear Jay-Z that much? You fear the backlash of whatever legal ramification that much? Or does he have dirt on you? And that's the real reason you took down the interview. I honestly feel like Piers, oh shit, he did. I just got that download. Damn. Okay, some people get involved with, promoting truth tellers to absolve themselves of things that they've done in their past. Yep. Okay, please don't show me shit else. I don't, because I just got to download. I don't want to see that. From what I just saw in the spirit realm, Piers definitely did some shit in his younger years that he's very ashamed of. And demons exploit vulnerabilities, and they knew about it, which is why they came for him and told him to take it down. Got it. Yeah, I knew it had to be something like that. They knew about his past. And I'm also hearing that he was a Freemason and tried to leave and they wouldn't let him leave. I'll have to research that offline. Like when the angels give me downloads, they come really fast. Basically, Piers did not want to get exposed because Piers didn't do anything wrong. He was very diplomatic while Jaguar was giving her account of what she and others have experienced. He even said, well, Jay-Z and Beyonce aren't here to defend themselves. Now, he didn't defend them. But the fact that he was so shooketh to the point to edit it out, it was because he didn't want to get exposed. I have a feeling in 2025 that's going to hit the media as well. And if it does, just remember you heard it here first.
And unfair, and discredit her and say, you know, that he uncovered something that basically that she wasn't telling the truth and she apologized. No, that wasn't it at all. Right. He just got a call from a lawyer.
Right.
So I thought it was real whack, in my opinion.
Because it's like, okay, you get a call from his attorney to say you need to take this down, but yet the attorney doesn't provide any proof of any sort of defamation. The attorney doesn't provide any proof of slander. The attorney doesn't provide any proof that what Jaguar said was a lie. So legally, he doesn't have to take it down. So then it begs the question, why did you choose to, sir? Did they have dirt on you? I'm quite sure it's because they have dirt on you. And based off the download I just got, he did some very similar, I have to say allegedly. This was a spiritual download I'm getting as we speak. I have to say allegedly for the sake of YouTube. And I have to say this is my opinion as well. It is my opinion, based off of what I was just shown in the 5D, that Piers Morgan did some very similar dark things, and it did involve minors as well as adult women in his younger years. And when he received that phone call, he was threatened that that would be exposed. So he did exactly what they told him to do because he did not want to get exposed. Now, that's a spiritual download I just got. I don't know that to be true, so I do have to say allegedly, and that's my opinion. But I would not be surprised if that comes out in 2025.
For him to censor that.
Okay, and in the same week, you see Dame Dash does his own podcast on his own network, where he mentions Jaguar Wright, and he says, you know, the things she's saying, most of it.
I just want to point out it's 3:33 on the clock. Y'all remember that's an angelic number for manifestation and divine purpose. So first of all, ancestors, thank you for letting me see that. But for everybody on the live, start manifesting things internally right now while it's 3:33 on the clock.
It's true. Again, he said she may like put a little extra sauce on it, but from what he knows and from what he,
Call from a lawyer. So I thought it was real whack, in my opinion, for him to censor that.
Okay, and in the same week, you see Dame Dash does his own podcast on his own network, where he mentions Jaguar Wright, and he says, you know, the things she's saying, most of it is true. Again, he said she may like put a little extra sauce on it, but from what he knows and from what he, what he remembers, most of what she's saying is based in reality, based on a truth. What are your thoughts on that when, as far as Dame Dash comes forward? Because this is Jay's right man, and let us know your dealings with Dame Dash, if anything, back then, for him to go in and say, yes, what she's saying is based in a true environment, basically.
Correct. You know, I've got mad respect for Dame Dash. I've never worked with Dame Dash, unfortunately. I've worked with Jay-Z directly, but as far as Dame Dash, I've never worked with him.
Nafisha, I dropped the link, but it doesn't show that you're backstage. So come out and go back in. Just make sure you mute yourself. That way it doesn't do the echo, but I will bring you on in a second. Lisa said, I think whatever info Jay has is deeper than whatever info Diddy has. Oh, absolutely. Why do you think Jay-Z's been so silent all this time? I think that he's waiting for the right moment to launch his attack, but he's also afraid because remember I told you guys in the previous lives the download I got all the people that are going to be indicted in 2025, and it started with Jay-Z and Beyonce. It's Jay-Z, Beyonce, Drake, DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, Ray J, and Brandy, Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Oprah, Samuel L. Jackson as well. I heard he was involved. I mean, it's so many celebrities. Oh yeah, and Ashton Kutcher for sure. And unfortunately, even Mila Kunis, which sucks because they're like my favorite, that 70s show couple. All these people, oh, and also Will and Jada. All these people are currently being investigated because the angel showed me. Like they're being investigated right now. But they are going to be arrested and indicted. And it's going to start with Jay-Z and Beyonce, not just Jay-Z. They're both going to get arrested. And that's why I'm praying that them kids end up with Solange or someone who's not going to have them more fucked up than they probably already are. Okay. Yeah, just Nafisha, if you use the link for StreamYard, let me drop it again. Just you can sign in, but just make sure you mute yourself so that it doesn't echo in the background. Anita says, yeah, I agree. They have dirt on everyone, even Piers. Right. And that's how it is in the industry. They have dirt on each other. Oh, that's awesome. They have dirt on each other. So that's why that's the reason that a lot of these people are being silent. Oh, and Snoop as well. Snoop is going to get locked up. And J-Lo for sure. So Natanya will get her justice. J-Lo's also, actually, I heard that J-Lo's next to go to jail. I think J-Lo's going to get locked up before Jay-Z and Beyonce. Your mom died. I'm sorry to hear that, my love. Definitely sending you prayers of healing. I know that's not easy to deal with. She said, I was just saw Ruben. Oh, okay. So Natanya must have did an interview with Jonathan Hay. That's who we're reviewing right now. So I'll check out Natanya's channel too. I don't know why I don't ever get her notifications either. Isn't that crazy? All of a sudden, because I'm subscribed to both her and Jaguar, I'm not getting their notifications, which means that YouTube is trying to shadow ban their channels, which really fucking sucks. Especially after lying-ass Lionel B went on his fucking rampage against them both after they both promoted him. Lisa said, I seen a reel today. 2025 starts on a Wednesday, followed by Thursday, then Friday, spelling out what the fuck. And I think a lot of people will be saying just that, yeah. Because if y'all thought this year was a year of exposure, 2025 is a year of uncovering, which means they won't be able to hide anymore. It's gonna all be uncovered in 2025. Like for real, for real. Okay, that's when I was on. Yeah, it'll say Krieger Bailey. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you so much. So what I would do if you're on like a mobile browser, just close the tab out and reopen it. And then I'm trying to think for when I joined the lives. Yeah, once you sign in, it'll automatically put you backstage and it'll pop up in a little box at the bottom of my StreamYard channel page. But right now I don't see you, so I don't think you're on backstage right now. Krieger Bailey, thank you for tuning in. I'm not sure if you're a subscriber, but if not, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Everybody, please like the video so that we can push it up in the algorithm so that more people are able to see and hopefully tune in and get some healing. Yeah, I support Natanya Rubin for sure. For sure. Thank you, Andrew, for welcoming all the new DzPeepz. And DzPeepz, if you have subscribed, you are officially a part of the DzPeepz family, or I call it the DzPeepz world. So welcome, 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 and thank you. Okay, no problem. You know, if you did that. Yeah, I do. So yeah, for sure. And if you guys are on Instagram, you can look me up. It's the same tag as my YouTube channel. Oh, okay. Got you. See, and if I miss their lives, I just catch the replay, you know. Like I'm for whatever reason, like I said, I didn't get Jag's notifications yesterday when she was on live, so I had to end up catching the replay. So again, thank you to all of my new viewers. Thank you to all my new subscribers. Again, everyone who has not, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let's see. Okay, like count has gone up, so thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're at 29 likes right now. There's 32 people tuning in at 3:40 a.m. my time. So thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Cricket Buzz says, show new subscriber 4:40 a.m. in Jamaica. Okay, shout out to Jamaica in the building. That's on my bucket list. I want to come out there and match one and see what it do in Jamaica. So yeah, sounds like you're about an hour behind me because it's 3:41 a.m. where I am at. So thank you, Krieger. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, my brand new DzPeepz. Welcome to the family. Thank you guys so much for your support. You guys really do mean a lot to me.
Him, and I think it's amazing for him to come out and say that. And he could come out and say he could say a whole lot.
Now I do want to quickly say high respect to Dame Dash, because like he's saying, Dame Dash worked so closely with Jay-Z, and for him to validate and corroborate what Jaguar is saying is everything, because so many people in the industry are shitting on her and going out of their way to discredit her, because in my opinion, those are the people who have something to lose, meaning they were involved in some way, shape, or form, and they want to do all they can to discredit her, to take the heat off of them. But like I said, 2024 was the year of exposure. 2025 is the year of uncovering, meaning they won't be able to cover their shit anymore. God is literally pulling the blanket off of all the people involved in the corruption, and justice is coming for every victim, because these people will be, oh, damn, don't tell me that. Okay, some will be locked up and some will be no longer with us. I'm going to leave it at that, because some of their karma is transitioning to the next realm.
The Jay-Z directly. But as far as Dame Dash, I've never worked with him, and I think it's amazing for him to come out and say that. And he could come out and say he could say a whole lot more, because really he knows everything. Like Dame Dash knows when they were going on tour that Jay-Z used to have transgender women on there. On the tour bus, he knows that. He knows that Jay-Z used to prefer transgender women. So I don't know why. I wish Dame Dash would come out and, you know, say everything, but maybe in his own way, he's trying to, you know, protect the hip hop culture, and knows how many people could be crushed if he came out and really spoke about Jay-Z's secrets.
And you know what? I agree totally with Jonathan Hay on that. Like I do, because you guys got to keep in mind, hip hop as an industry, it's very powerful. It's a movement, you know, and to those who, and really, I'm going to put it this way. Hip hop can be hip hop without Jay-Z and Diddy, because it was hip hop before them. I'm an 80s baby. I remember back when beatboxing was a thing, when my big brother would be doing the turntable and all the house dancing. That's real hip hop. And it was hip hop before these dudes. So if people are crushed because they find out that it is in fact true what these men did, good. You know why? It's breaking your idolatry. It's breaking your idolization of these human beings who behind closed doors are not even who you think they are. And if you really knew who they were, you wouldn't be idolizing them. And you're not, in fact, you're not supposed to idolize a human being. Now, when I was in heaven and I asked them if sin was real, they said no. Mankind created the concept of sin and religion. But what the Most High considers to be a sin is when you worship another deity above the Most High God. And a lot of people have put pastors and artists in God's place. Like me, I'm a supporter of Jaguar Wright. I don't idolize her. And I'm not a fan because I'm not a fanatic. I am a supporter. But there is no celebrity that I would ever idolize and act like they're above God. Because we're all human in this realm. We all expire. We all pass on. So I kind of am glad if people who have idolized Jay-Z become crushed when they find out who he really is, to break their conditioning, to be like, yo, wake up and snap out of it. Because again, that scripture that said giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, that's really what y'all are doing when you idolize this man. Like I seen it was a post on Instagram. Let me see if I can find it right quick. That allegedly Tina knows, and every time I look at her, she just looks so damn dark, like witchy dark. But that basically she had defended herself saying that her account got hacked because she liked a post that was supporting Jay-Z and Diddy for them allegedly raping people. And she was like, yeah, I didn't do that. My account got hacked. Why do celebrities think that we're dumb enough to believe that as much knowledge that you guys have of social media, and most of y'all probably have other people monitoring your social media, you mean to tell me that somebody hacked your account to make you like a post that supports women and children getting raped? Like, are you serious right now? So yeah, and again, this is Beyonce's mother. So, you know, oh, here it is. Let me show y'all, and then we'll go right back to Jonathan Hay. Yeah. She was like, I was hacked. As you all know, I do not play about my family. So if you see something uncharacteristic of me, just know that it is not me. Basically, not no weapon formed against my family. See, here we go. You weren't hacked. Right. Ain't nobody buying this shit. We're tired of the damn lies. You keep doing. See, this right here, hacked is a stretch. See, I didn't even see this post till now. I just literally typed Tina Knowles and then came to her page, because I seen it under the Shade Room, and that's the post I was just looking for. You have a whole PR team, and this is what you guys come up with. Thank you. That's essentially what I'm saying. Because in order for you to get hacked means that you would have had to share your password with someone at some point. And we haven't heard a peep out of Beyonce, and we haven't heard a peep out of your son-in-law, ma'am. So miss us with the bullshit. And to say that no weapon formed against us shall prosper, fuck out of here. Where in the world, when did Blue get this tall? And where did she, I mean, Jay-Z, I don't think he's that tall. She's taller than Beyonce. Oh my God. And she looks so nervous. That girl, I don't care what y'all say, that girl looked just like Kathy, even down to the long arms. Oh my God. I can't believe that she's that tall. I am like shocked right now. But her arms are hella long. That picture of Kathy that I pulled up from that article yesterday. Wow. You know, this is going to be so absolutely horrible if it does come out that that's not Beyonce's biological daughter. That's going to be real wild. I am just... Now I got to do it. Hold up. Now I got to do it. I got to do it because my inquisitive mind, my very inquisitive mind sees so much of that Cathy White lady. And again, this is my opinion. That girl body shape is just like Kathy's. Y'all look at this. Look how long her arms are. Bruh. Wait, I gotta do a side by side right quick. I wish I could make this video larger. Looking at her arm shape and how long they are and how thin she is. Look, I don't care what y'all say. There's too many resemblances for me. That's too many resemblances. She even looks like her in the face. Like, I really hope that shit's not true. I really hope that it is just a rumor. I really do. Because that would be the most diabolical shit in the world if they actually did that shit to that woman. And yeah, I hope that's not true. I really do.
You've been in the industry for so long, for, almost 3 decades now, probably, just dabbling in it. When it comes to that specific thing, because we've seen where people are speaking on the woman that was in the Biggie Smalls, One More Chance video, or whichever video it was, the Big Papa video, I'm sorry. We see that had a lead as a transgender woman, and that story was making headlines. Was there or is there a fascination in the transgender world in hip hop when you were coming at like an unwritten rule or a myth that there's a thing for transgenders within the hip hop community? Because it seems to be almost like it was taboo back then, but these things are coming to light now.
I think with the transgender, the transgender women, I feel like it's more common in New York than it is anywhere else. Like being in New York, you see them everywhere. She, her, right? You see it everywhere. Whereas down in the South, like where I was from, I've never really experienced that at all. So I don't know if that's part of it, but it seems like they set out to do that,
Did you personally see Jay-Z with transgender women? You personally?
I have, correct.
Can you speak on like maybe in what aspect? Is it music video or outside of music videos?
It was during the tour. It was during the tour with the Mill, DMX, Jay-Z.
The Hard Knock Life.
No.
Or maybe a different one.
Yeah, they had the documentary for it. What was that called? I'll think of it. I'll think of it here in a little bit.
Yeah, it was a documentary, backstage or the
backstage with the Mill and all that. I used to work with her, and I definitely. It was unmistakable. In 2024, the trans women are, it can be hard, like a lot of people that, they don't know, but back then it wasn't as advanced and you could clearly tell, that was a guy.
Okay, with that being said, just to, stay within the world of...
Y'all do know that back in the day, there were rumors about the Diddler being down low. There were a lot of rumors about Jay-Z being attracted to transgender women. Back then, they didn't call him transgender. So what Jonathan is saying is it's not new news. He's saying what we all used to hear, years ago. That Jay was it back then they called them transvestites. I remember hearing that. Y'all know Jay-Z's in the transvestite. I'm like, and of course nobody wants to believe that, especially back then, because the world didn't allow the freedom to express your sexuality and to really be yourself back then. But I'm not surprised at all. The industry is full of men who really like men and who really like men who have titties. Because it's like you get the best of both worlds. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Just live in your truth. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you like it, I love it. Long as you're not hurting nobody. But just live in your truth. Why continue to portray this false, fake family image that, oh, I love my wife and kids? I genuinely believe that Jay-Z is bisexual And I believe that Diddy is down low. I don't believe Diddy actually likes women at all. I don't. And I think that has to do with the alleged trauma he allegedly endured with his mom or his aunt, whoever the fuck she is. But yeah, I remember here in the late 90s, early 2000s that Jay-Z was always having what we now call transgender women around him, not just on tour, but during his performances and, like he said, backstage, like when he would, get off stage and stuff. So, I mean, at least to me, that's not new news and it's not surprising at all.
Jay-Z. Everyone remembers Jay-Z, of course, before Beyonce. Hip hop, climbing up the ranks, beef with Nas, of course, coming right after Biggie Smalls, Big L's death. And then, of course, Beyonce kind of cleaned up his image a little bit. It seems like a lot of these conversations are coming before or right at the cusp of him, of course, marrying Beyonce, revealing that they were married and kind of changing his image a little bit. Do you feel is that contrast as far as almost night and day of what Jay-Z is now versus back then before his marriage?
I really can't speak on how he is now, but I would say so just from like the general perception. I was talking to this TikToker the other day, and she was pretty shocked because I told her, that I was seeing some of the backlash that Jaguar was getting, and I saw that Ray J had said something, disrespecting her. And I told the TikToker, it went viral like on TikTok yesterday. I was like, well, listen, Ray J is just defending Beyonce and Jay-Z because, Jay-Z's a cuckold. And once again,
and see, y'all remember me previously saying that too, because I heard Jonathan Hayes speak about Jay-Z being a cuckold and how Rayford allegedly had been smashing Beyonce in front of him for years. But I heard Jonathan say that on a different platform during a different interview back in October. And if y'all remember, Ray J was romantically involved with Whitney. Their age difference was always something that was considered taboo because Ray J was very young. And he expressed so much love for Whitney, but then allegedly also participated in her unalivement. Allegedly. They said allegedly it was him and Clive Davis. And the fact that she passed at the same hotel 2 stories up above Clive Davis during the party, and Clive Davis didn't even stop the party because he said he didn't want to make a scene, or he didn't want people to get upset or for there to be a big ordeal. You're literally her whole entire manager, and they just told you that your artist was drowned in a bathtub 2 floors above you, and you didn't do anything about it. They didn't even, and they said he didn't even want the ambulance to show up. They just told him to leave her there until the party was over. So again, just because Ray J expresses interest in somebody doesn't mean he's not diabolical. And I really believe that he is targeting Nicki Minaj because of Nicki Minaj saying publicly, when are you going to come out the closet? I feel like that's why he keeps trolling her lives on Instagram. And that's why I said when the angel started giving me the names of all the people that are about to be arrested and indicted, Rayford, do y'all remember the first Nicki Minaj humiliation ritual? That's what I'm calling it, where he was on her IG and she started pleading the blood of Jesus over herself, and he made a mockery of that. He laughed about it and was like, oh, yeah, I love Jesus. I love the blood. I got a homeboy that can take you up to a mountain and slice. And he's like, this nigga can slice a goat and put the blood all over you. He literally described exactly what I showed you guys previously about the dark Santhari and black mass. That's what they do. They sacrifice a goat, slit its throat, and then pour the blood all over the participants and initiates. So even though he did it in a joking form, he was actually spiritually trying to attack her as soon as she said, I plead the blood of Jesus over me. Now, it's been said that Nicki Minaj also sold her soul. That's why she has that song titled Roman's Revenge, that she sold her soul to that Roman dark deity. But here's the thing. Once even those who have sold their soul or come in agreement with those energies start to see the truth and they want out, they're not going to let you out. I would not be surprised if Miss Onika suddenly came up missing in 2025. I don't like the whole thing of Ray J coming on her lives and saying she's beautiful and Nicki, it's all an act. I really believe he's targeting her. Because keep in mind, Nicki has been exposing Meek Milk for years about his down low alleged relationship with the Diddler and Jay-Z and them. And we all seen the video of him cooling his ass off in the pool. So when the women in this industry start to expose these men's behind the scenes, very gay behavior, very down low, questionable behavior, very sodomistic behavior, they will target them. And like I said before, she needed to be careful before she ended up like Whitney, because Whitney was going to expose Rayford and Diddy as well, allegedly. And the fact that Whitney handed a note to Brandy and Brandy read it and kept it pushing. See, that was before smartphones where you could leave a person unread. Brandy literally left Whitney on an analog version of read. She received the message, she read it and didn't respond. And the next thing you know, Whitney drowns in a bathtub, which it's not possible unless someone drugs you or pushes you under a bath, because the bathtub's very shallow. Next thing you know, she's unalived, and then Brandy and Monica start blowing up. So yeah, this satanic ritual abuse, the satanic sacrifice shit is exceptionally real. And people are not conspiracy theorists. We are awakened to the bullshit and we see it for what it is.
I know that for 100% a fact, 100% fact. Like I said, go back to academics. Academics like to break stuff down, fact check me and see if I did not work with Drake and get paid with Drake this year. And if I'm working with Drake, then I have access to everybody. So I know. I just
want to say from a previous live that Jonathan Hay did, I can't remember if it was on that Truth Is platform or the young guy, the D-Dot guy. But he said that Drake contacted him in May of this year. So that was just a few months ago that he contacted him May of this year to produce music with and for him. And this is even way after Jonathan went through the home invasion experience. So it's the audacity for me for Drake to have been allegedly involved in the home invasion that almost took the life of Jonathan Hay and his daughter, and then turn around in May and say, hey, let's make music together. I would be like, nigga, fuck you. No, you tried to take my life. Or rather, he didn't try to take his life. Let me retract that. And again, this is my opinion, alleged, but that based off of what Jonathan Hay said, Jonathan Hay believes that Drake could most definitely was involved in the home invasion once he found out that Drake paid the legal fees for his ex-fiance that he believes set up this whole entire situation. So like I said, he's not just a publicist. He really is a producer. And he really has worked with these different people in this industry.
Know that Jay-Z is a cuckold, right? He likes to watch Beyonce with other men. Ray J, from what I heard, even before all this happened, was one of the guys that used to smash Beyonce while Jay-Z would watch. Diddy, as we know, is into those things. That's in the indictment. Cassie has not denied it, but they came out and said, you know, that Diddy used to like to watch Cassie. That's what he's into. Some men like to do that stuff. There's not a crime in that. But yes, Ray J, from what I was told, from being inside at the highest level, that Jay-Z likes to watch Beyonce with different men, such as Ray J.
Let me ask you something, Jonathan. Have you ever been to any Diddy parties or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
Were you ever invited or anything like that?
I was invited during the pandemic.
Okay.
But what we know as a Diddy party now isn't the same. You know, like when I was asked to come to, you know, to one of his parties, I had no idea that it was going to be like a freak off or, you know, anything else. And honestly, like I regret not going because I would have liked to seen how crazy it would have. Like, would he have been out front? Like, how did he move? Did he send everybody home? And you know, when you're going home, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's when it was about to start off. But when I was working, this is another thing, you know, people can check me and fact check. I was working with the Notorious Big Camp, right? And I did a deal with Biggie's estate. Biggie was best friends with who? Jay-Z, and he was signed to Diddy. And a lot of people say, oh, Biggie was about to leave Bad Boy. No, he wasn't. They're confusing that with Tupac. Biggie says in the song Hypnotize, that was released a week before he died, close like Starsky and Hutch. Me and Puff, close like Starsky and Hutch, right? They were best friends, you know, like, so they were always together. So Jay-Z being close to Biggie and Diddy. So when I'm working with the Biggie, so when I work with the Biggie estate and the Biggie camp, of course, they're close to Jay-Z and Diddy. So when I was out there working with them, signed with them, with CJ Wallace, Biggie's son, and we went viral on that type of stuff, I met like Willie Mack, I met like King Combs, Christian Combs, because they were all friends and they were all family. Diddy and CJ were super close. So of course, and we were doing a Biggie project. So of course I dealt with Puff. So of course I know what I'm talking about. Like, once again, all this can be fact checked, because I hear those stuff about, like, you know, Jaguar Wright is just, you know, out here saying, you know, a bunch of BS. And, you know, I've heard that I've got it. It's like, no, you can fact check that. It's easy. It's easy to find. And ask them. Ask the Notorious Big Estate if they invite me to a Diddy party.
So can I ask you, when you see someone says like a Ray J, Jaguar Wright is crazy, if they bring up your name, oh, what he's talking about is just crazy. What do you say to those who just try to write that off as crazy because it sounds so, I guess you could say, unbelievable?
So prove it. So prove it that she's crazy. Prove it that she's not telling the truth. Because a lot of people listening and paying attention to her.
Right. It seems as if they say someone needs to produce receipts. Sometimes it's hard to produce a receipt of something that you visually saw with your own eyes. You didn't take a picture, you didn't write it down. Someone just telling you what they recall from just seeing it, or a phone call they got. We live in a world back then, there was no receipts back in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was before social media or like text messaging.
Exactly. So I like I said, I was really happy to hear this interview and to hear, I don't remember the name of the guy. I can't remember the name of the guy that's speaking right now. There was no way to have receipts in 99 and 2000 because we didn't even have social media then. And those of us who are 80s babies, we know, like, there were no smartphones where you could take a screenshot of anything. If you had a cell phone, it was probably either a flip phone, a slider phone, or a two-way. So people being like, oh, well, Jaguar hasn't produced any receipts from back then. How many times have y'all heard this woman say that when she performed as a dominatrix and when she was around other sex workers that they had body cam footage. So y'all expect her to put out the body cam footage about the sexual activities? Like, really? It's stupid as hell. And it's not logical because, again, we didn't have social media where you could post a screenshot of anything to any sort of platform. That was, again, back in the MySpace days and shit. So, it's dumb when people say that.
It was very heavy. And you didn't keep the text messages back then. There was no...
And you know what, too? I also just realized a lot of these younger generations that say that about Jaguar, do y'all even know that before you were born, most of you that were born in the 2000s, that there was no such thing as social media? Do y'all know that there was no such thing as a smartphone? Smartphones and tablets didn't exist. You know, the closest we got to a tablet was that red with the gray screen little sand deal that looked like a tablet, and you had to turn the knobs to create shapes and make images and shit. Yeah, that was our version of a tablet.
Cloud storage to where I could have a receipt from 20 years ago. It's just basically going off memory. Like, I'm sure everything that you're saying is going off of your memory of what happened versus, oh, I went home and I took a picture or I wrote this down in an email and sent it to myself so I could bring it up 20 years later.
Right.
What do you say to that as far as the time gap which these things occurred?
I just want to show this for any new Gen Zs that have no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is what I grew up with. Literally. That was as close to an iPad or tablet that we had with the two little and you had to use these little turning knobs to create. I remember how it used to take me so long to make the squares and make shapes. So whoever made this actually was very advanced. Yeah, Magic Etch-a-Sketch. That's what they were called. Etch-a-Sketches. You know, we thought we were straight into the future with the Etch-a-Sketch. Then when they came out with this one, the Pocket Etch-a-Sketch. So for you new generation people, talking about Jaguar's a liar, these did not exist in 99 and 2000. Literally. This was our version of an iPad. Just want y'all to know that.
Versus retelling your story now.
I mean, listen, I agree with what you're saying, but there's also the other side of it too, is we also have to protect some of the people around us that don't want to be out there, that don't want to be known. Like, for example, there's a woman who, you know, she has 4 kids and she's in New York and she's like going to like Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts and doing stuff for the kids. She doesn't want other parents to know about her past. And, you know, so when we say some things, we have to hold some stuff back to protect other people that were around that don't want to be associated by that. You understand what I'm saying? So I know that she has that as well.
That's very true. And I think some people forget that sometimes other people are affected by stories that are being told where they have children. And they, you know, you have to look into all of that and the ramifications of it.
Correct.
I want to go back to this. We'll call it a rumor for now. What you heard about Ray J, Beyonce, and Jay-Z, and I'm just curious, Jonathan, when you hear information like that, when that comes to you, what are your thoughts? Is it normalized when you hear like cuckold situations and with celebrities? Is that normal when you hear that, or is that like, are you surprised when you hear information like that?
I'm surprised when it comes to, you know, Jay-Z, especially because it's, you know, like Beyonce, but it's pretty normal. Surprisingly, it's an industry that's very dominated by sex and drugs, right? And it's out there. Like, nobody's hiding it. Like, so if people would be, you know, like shocked, if we're shocked, we're not really paying attention to the music and videos and images that we're listening to because it's right in front of our face. Like, it's not hidden, right?
I wanted to stop this real quick too, because I remember I was talking about BDSM fetishes last night. I never knew what a cuckold was until I started exploring the BDSM world. Not only are people like Jay-Z into being a cuckold, there are so many men of all races that are into that. People who profess to be heterosexual but enjoy watching another man's dick pound their woman or just another woman. So cuckolding is very popular in the BDSM world. And if we are going to be real, the music industry is into the darker sides of BDSM, and they're into the very kinky sides of BDSM. Like I said, certain training sessions and parties that I've been to, you'd be surprised at people that were there and how common it is for these allegedly heterosexual men to be into that. It's actually very common, especially in the kink and fetish world.
Everybody's talking about it and everybody's acting that part. Well, then they could say, well, this is just art. Well, maybe, but I know, listen, I know from Jay-Z when he used to have his T-Mobile sidekick, and he'd go to like
how many of y'all remember sidekicks? How many of y'all remember that? Because I remember sidekicks and thinking that that was like the dopest new technology. And I remember wanting to get one. And then by the time I went to go get one, then they did start coming out with smartphones. Hell, I remember the first smartphone I had through Sprint. It was super tiny. I don't remember the dimensions of it, but the cell phone was real small. And the fact that I could watch videos and TV on it, I was like, oh my God, I have a phone where I can watch TV and videos on it. And now it's like, that's all we do. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. People from our generation, like the type of technology we had back then compared to what this new generation has, it's crazy.
that little, do you remember those? I'm older than you guys, so I don't know if you remember the little sidekicks, the T-Mobile two-way, type things. Yeah. So, I was with the girl, and he was asking about her, and then he was asking me stuff like, would you be interested in like, somebody watching? He was just asking some really, really bugged out questions, and I still have those emails. I still have all that, So,
Jonathan, if you're watching this live, are you open to showing those emails at some point? Because I would love to see those receipts. And if you don't want to put them out there, you can send them to me. I will put them out there because I just would absolutely love to see that. That way it vindicates not only yourself and Jaguar, but everybody else for years who have been saying the same shit about Jay-Z before y'all ever got on YouTube.
Like, that's one of the things that I was going to include in the book. I'm just trying to figure out how I would do that. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, It just, I just get real frustrated about when I see these people talk about, okay, Jaguar wasn't there. And if she wasn't there, then she knows somebody who's came to her and talked to her, because I've been getting that so much, as I said.
Can I ask you in regards to even with what
I also want to say I do love how Jonathan speaks up for Jag and really defends her. I wonder if he's also a Scorpio. I need to look up his date of birth, because he's just as passionate about defending her, because he knows that the shit she's saying isn't a lie, because he was right there with Jay and the Diddler in the studio, and Drake as well. So he's been around, just like Gene Dill. These people have been around to witness questionable behavior, but either signed an NDA or didn't want to say anything for fear out of backlash. And now that they know Diddy's locked up and that it is possible, once again, for these elite predators to not be above the law, this is why they're not afraid to speak out anymore.
Sean Combs, what Diddy's going through, to see the lack of celebrities or people that technically were around at these parties, whether they were into, you know, some freak offs or not. Is it surprising to see not many people speaking up? Like, what's your take on when you're seeing other celebrities that you know were around him or called him a friend not speaking up at this time?
Well, I think, you know, that's to be expected, because, you know, that the industry, you know, they like you when you're hot. They don't mess with you when they're cold. So I'm not really surprised by nobody coming out and speaking out to his defense, because, you know, with all the victims that are coming forward, how could you really?
Right,
Because
exactly.
the hip hop community, as you guys know, will come together for a cause. We'll come together to, you know, fight the power and to fight for what is right. But, you know, people are just seeing too much evidence, too many victims, too much stuff to really be like, okay, nothing happened here. You know, there's just too much.
Well, did you ever run into Farnsworth Bentley while dealing with Diddy?
I never did. No, he was I dealt with Diddy. Like, this is up until 2021 with the Notorious Big Estate.
Oh, okay.
So I think he was gone.
What do you say to people that would say both you, Jaguar, others, let's say, like, you know, I don't want to speak on the victims right now, but just for you and Jaguar, what would you say for those that might say, hey, you have a vendetta to pick with either Jay-Z, with either Diddy, or whoever it is? It seems like Jay-Z is a target as of now. Now that Diddy is already arrested, is it a vendetta against Jay-Z? If someone said, if someone used those words and said they have a vendetta against him.
Well, for sure, it's a vendetta. It's a vendetta for to speak for the people who can't speak, for the victims who can't say anything, who are scared, who are living in fear, who have been traumatized. So I don't know if vendetta is the right word. I'm definitely angry about it, and I definitely am just not gonna not say anything. Like, when I started speaking out, I didn't know it would turn into so much. And I didn't know that it would turn into so many people reaching out to me, you know, offering support and encouragement and talking to their stories and sharing their pain and sharing their trauma. So now it's deeper than that, because now I feel responsibility and an accountability for all these people that have been wronged by these celebrities.
Jonathan, how were you?
And I will say that's what I like the most about Jonathan. He's not only transparent, but he's literally, I won't say redeeming himself, but because he feels that he was a part of making negative hip hop music that promoted, you know, violence and all of that, that he is most definitely now using his voice to help protect victims and to help other victims, you know, feel comfortable coming forward. And exactly what Jonathan Hay is doing is what I feel everyone from the industry should be doing who does know about this stuff, and as well as content creators. Like, let's bring awareness so that people can be healed and come out of hiding and come out of shame and come out of feeling, you know, fear of their oppressors or their predators, and just use the platform to genuinely help people. So I definitely commend him and support him for what he's doing.
How were you treated when you were dealing with them? Diddy and Jay-Z, how were you treated by them?
I was treated good. It was just, you know, it's all fake love, right? Like, Jay-Z never paid. Diddy always did, you know, and especially dealing with like the Notorious Big Estate and CJ Wallace, they never complained about that. Like, Diddy was always seemed to be pretty generous with coming through on his word. Jay-Z, from my dealings with him, he doesn't. He's like a slow payer type person.
And isn't that crazy? Because Jaguar's been saying that. She's been saying that for a while, that Jay-Z, even though he has all this money, he's cheap and he doesn't pay. So to hear Jonathan Hay say that as well. That's now two people who were around Jay-Z at two different periods of life sharing the same experience.
And, so, I don't really know. But now I know that they're upset, right? Because people are coming to speak out. And let's be honest, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they're starting to fall off. And there's a chink in their armor. And people like us are just...
And I just thought about too, he's right, because it seems like, especially with Blu, because she's like growing up and becoming a woman, she gets more attention, especially on social media, than Beyonce does. Because really, what is Beyonce actually doing as an artist? Like, I haven't really seen her put out too much music. I mean, she just turned 50, so I mean, she's getting older. So she's not as relevant as she was, 20 years ago. And she's not as relevant as she was when she was with Destiny's Child. So she honestly has more to lose now at this stage in her life than she would have back then. And I feel like that's also why she's quiet, but I feel like the real reason her and Jay-Z are quiet is because they know that they're being investigated. They know that they've been found out.
Going forward, because finally something penetrated through No Diddy that we are able to go after Jay and bring Jay down and have him face justice.
Right.
Because we couldn't have done this a year ago. We couldn't have done this before they had Diddy in custody and before, the investigation started and everything else. It showed that they weren't above the law anymore. You know what I mean? So people.
Okay, y'all, I legit gotta go pee. So I'm gonna let this play and then I'll catch the comments as soon as I get back from the bathroom.
Came together and people are rallying together, and yeah, there's several people talking, but that's amongst a whole bunch of people that are coming to us.
Can I ask you your thoughts on Jaguar Wright speaks on Piers Morgan? Vlad TV comes on right after her to call her a conspiracy theorist. You just spoke on academics, of course, fact checking. What would you say towards Vlad TV as far as speaking on Jaguar right after she got on Piers Morgan?
The same thing. Vlad would love to have Jaguar on his show, right? He would get more views than any interview that he's done all year. He's not stupid. So I don't know why that he would say that he would never allow Jaguar on his platform when Vlad has allowed killers on his platform. And Vlad has stirred up so many of these shootings, like in Jacksonville and in Chicago. Like he's not a good person at all. And like he's the reason why like white people are called culture vultures, because of people like him, right? Like he shouldn't even said anything, because he doesn't believe that. He would love to have Jaguar on Vlad TV because he would get more views than he has for any of these other lame interviews he's doing.
Yeah, I won't argue that. Can I ask you, if you were invited on Piers Morgan, would you accept the invitation?
Of course. I would go on Piers Morgan, and I would want to talk about why that he didn't allow, why he censored his I would want to know. I would want to talk to him and find out why he did that, just going strictly off the word, off no facts. Just off the word of the lawyer. That's what I would like to know. I'd love to go on his show. I would never go on Vlad TV show. I'm gonna keep calling it Vlad TV. I never go on Vlad's show. And I think Joe Budden is, real whack too. I've dealt with Joe Budden from Slaughterhouse, right? Crooked Eye, King Crooked, Royce da 5'9", Joel Ortiz. I dealt with Slaughterhouse, right? From the Crooked Eye side mainly. I worked with Crooked Eye for many years. And so I know Joe Budden. And for him to speak out against Jaguar and disrespect her is crazy too. Like, he was defending Star. from Star and Buck Wild, like, and I was shocked. Like, as a man, I was embarrassed to hear Star call her the B word nonstop over and over again. Like, he could have got his point across without saying the B word over and over again. He could still correct her. He could still debate with her. But why disrespect a woman and call her the B word over and over and over again? And then Joe Budden to co-sign that and give that a pass and, you know, be like he agrees with Star. So it's like, okay, you agree with verbal abuse. That's what Joe Budden is saying. I agree with verbal abuse, which is surprising considering that I think Joe Budden is like the adult contemporary podcast. You know, it's just like the older, like at the end of the dial AM radio type, soft, easy listening, whack. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Star, yeah, the conversation between Star and Jaguar, disrespectful a lot of times as far as calling a woman out her name. And I understand some things do get sensationalized, but yeah, you're right. A conversation can be had without getting to that level. But I am curious, if you did have 3 to 5 minutes to speak on Piers Morgan, where, as Jaguar did, he was trying to, of course, uncover the Diddy story, and then she revealed something bigger in regards to Jay-Z and Beyonce, which, again, their lawyer reached out. Within 3 to 5 minutes, what would you have to say if Piers Morgan brought you on to speak about the world of what's happening with Diddy, Puff Daddy?
Honestly, I would say that about Puff Daddy, that I'm glad he's in prison. I think that, you know, with Piers Morgan, you have to realize that you're touching millions of people, and you're reaching law enforcement, especially in California, to take a look at CJ Wallace, Biggie's son, and Willie Mack, Biggie's son's boyfriend, his lover, his best friend, his business partner. Take a look at them, because I know how active they were in being involved with Diddy and Christian and the Combs kids, and being around his property because they lived out in LA. So if I were on this show, I would try to get some kind of justice, you know, for that, because to really get law enforcement involved, it's kind of like, when, you know, what they've done with Diddy and what they did with R. Kelly is you got to bring the media in, and you got to bring the people in to put more pressure on the detectives to go out and investigate, you know, such claims like that. Because I can tell you, Diddy, Biggie's son, CJ Wallace, Willie Mack, and all that relationship needs to be investigated.
Yeah, that's powerful words. Can I ask you, as far as we see a lot of civil cases being brought up, in Diddy, of course, and like you mentioned, R. Kelly, there was some criminal charges, of course, with trafficking and things of that nature. From your perspective of what you see and what you feel and what you hear is going on in the industry, what percentage of things happening is probably civil matters versus what you see might be criminal?
I think Biggie's son is criminal.
And why do you say that?
Just because he was telling me some of the stuff that he was doing for Diddy, that some of the stuff that he was doing, some of the party favors that he was getting. Right? I was there. I was in the circle. I heard about it, talking to me, you know, directly, like, you know, the ketamine and stuff. Well, you know, just look into the relationship of Biggie's son, which shouldn't be surprising. We're talking about Biggie and Puff. We're talking about Biggie's son and Puff Daddy. They should look more into that, because they were very, very, very close.
You know, definitely understandable. And in your experience, can I ask you, Jonathan, as far as, you know, we look at things like ketamine and the GHB and things of that nature, from your time in the industry, you know, being in studio sessions, or, you know, working with clients as a publicist, how freely does the drug flow within the industry? Like, how easily accessible is it to just say, let's get our hands on any type of drug, like whatever whatever you need? Like, is it almost like party favors?
Yeah, but I think more from the studio experience, what I've been through is more like cannabis, more like weed, and like smoking a blunt, like that. That's how it is. What we grew up on is like going to the studio, smoke some bud and smoke some weed and stuff like that. But Diddy, he's real into dance music, and weed is like a downer. Puffy is into dance music and house music and Burning Man and Miami Music Week, and he's into the rave drugs, the uppers, the 2C, and ketamine is a tranquilizer. But if you do ketamine like at a rave show and just like microdose, it's like a totally different vibe. It's like a psychedelic. So he's into that scene, right? So I think the drugs that I experienced, like the parties, it was never really in the studio. It was what was taking place after the studio. Like I never saw anybody like, breaking out like a lot of coke or or ketamine or anything in the studio sessions, always rolling weed and stuff like that. It was afterwards when the partying would start.
And can I ask you, when you saw 120 people come forward with a lawsuit from a Texas law firm against Diddy, what are your thoughts when you see 120 people have joined forces where they have a hotline now where you could call if you've been affected by Diddy's situation? Like, what are your thoughts with that many people coming forward and a law firm taking that many cases to go forward?
I think they said that like last week or 2 weeks ago. I think there's probably another 120 more, and I think it's just going to keep growing. I think it's thousands of people, like Jaguar said.
Do you feel any civil suits may be presented to Jay-Z by any chance?
I do. I think he's already starting to experience it. It's just, listen, it's hard to get things to stick. It's hard to get things, for a police officer to take it to his command and then them take it to the prosecutor and then the prosecutor take it to the grand jury and then the grand jury to file charges. There's so many steps that have to take place, and it's hard to get something to that point. But I think with Diddy being locked up in Brooklyn, I think that because police are talking to him about other things that they could possibly plea deal with. I mean, that's only natural. And that they would love to have some information on Jay-Z because everybody knows that Jay-Z's corrupt. He's been corrupt for 30 years. He's been corrupt since he came into the business, and people say stuff too. Like I noticed, like I'm wearing like this pink thing. Everybody's like, he wears pink. He's gay. He's gay. It's like, yo, man, I wear pink like as a throwback to Cameron, right? Because Cameron is in Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood. My girl, she's in Inwood. That's where she's from. But anyways, Cameron was one of the first people to speak out against Jay-Z, right? When he was dissing him 20 years ago, talking about Jay-Z being gay. Listen to his diss talking about Jay-Z like a man, talking about Jay-Z being shady. Like everybody's known Jay-Z's been wicked for years. And I know that he's freaking out because they've seen what's going on with Diddy. Absolutely, Jay-Z's next.
We'll take a quick break. I don't know what's going on with Joker. Hold on.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go, Joker.
Now I was asking, do you feel like Jay-Z should be saying something right now? Not through his lawyers, not through a third party, but that Jay-Z should be saying something, if anything.
Absolutely, he should be. I mean, why shouldn't he? There's a lot of people that's calling for him and asking questions. Why isn't he coming out and speaking? Why isn't Beyonce? Why aren't they speaking up for the victims even? They're not doing anything. They're just being quiet because they're waiting and they're scared that he was getting. So I know Joe Budden, and for him to speak out, right, he would get more views than State and CJ Wallace. They never complained about that. Like Diddy 21 with the Notorious Big Estate.
Oh, okay.
So I think he was, because now I feel responsibility and an accountability for all these people that have been wronged by these celebrities.
Jonathan, how were you treated when you were dealing with them? Diddy and Jay-Z, how were you treated by them?
I was treated good. It was just, it's all fake love, right? Like Jay-Z never.
Okay, I rewinded it because while I was in the bathroom, there was vital parts that I wanted to, give my reaction to. So just what he said, it's fake love. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. It's very real in the industry, where it's like, oh, I love you, so that they can capitalize off of you, and me seeing that on the gospel side of the industry is very real. Again, I love that Jonathan Hay is being so open, honest, and transparent, because one, it not only validates and vindicates Jaguar again, but it also is another mouth, and also of a different race and gender, saying the same things. It'd be different if it was like, if he was a female and they're like, oh, it's just a bunch of bitter females talking against Jay-Z. Because I heard a lot of people saying that, oh, Jaguar's just mad because Jay-Z didn't want her no more. Jaguar's just mad because she's jealous of Beyonce. No, this is a whole entire man who's coming from a strictly professional connection to Jay-Z, who has witnessed just as much, if not more, from his interaction with Jay-Z and Diddy, to be able to say, yo, this is not alleged. This is legit what I witnessed while working with them. Not any sort of, because of course, Jaguar initially was introduced to Jay-Z at 13 as an artist, but then later on, more things transpired between the two of them. And like I said, I love that he is even showing this, it's fake love, because I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Even locally, I have personally seen a lot of that fake love, so that people can get you to financially support them and financially support their brands and their music and their events and all that, but they don't actually really fuck with you. They just pretend because they want to capitalize from you. So again, shout out to Jonathan Hay for that.
He never paid. Diddy always did, and especially dealing with like the Notorious Big Estate and CJ Wallace, they never complained about that. Like Diddy was always seemed to be pretty generous with coming through on his word. Jay-Z, from my dealings with him, he doesn't. He always he's like a slow payer type person, so, I don't really know. But now I know that they're upset, right? Because people are coming to speak out. And let's be honest, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they're starting to fall off, and there's a chink in their armor, and people like us are just going forward because finally something penetrated through No Diddy that we are able to go after Jay and bring Jay down and have him face justice. Because we couldn't have done this a year ago. We couldn't have done this before they had Diddy in custody and before, the investigation started and everything else. It showed that they weren't above the law anymore. You know what I mean? So people have came together, and people are rallying together. And yeah, there's several people talking, but that's amongst a whole bunch of people that are coming to us.
Can I ask you your thoughts on Jaguar Wright speaks on Piers Morgan. Vlad TV comes on right after her to call her a conspiracy theorist. You just spoke on academics, of course, fact checking. What would you say towards Vlad TV as far as speaking on Jaguar right after she got on Piers Morgan?
The same thing.
This is my opinion. Vlad TV acted very much like a bitch. Very much so. It was very catty. It was very let me bash her because she didn't want to come on my platform. It was very not just culture vulture, but it was very telling whose side and probably most definitely, in my opinion, payroll he was on. Because again, have we heard Vlad speak out in support of helping any victim? I mean, as you know, have we heard him on any platform say, I want to support victims of sexual abuse, if you need support, XYZ? No, we've consistently heard him bash Jaguar. And that's what I'm saying. It's like Jay-Z hired all of these content creators that have these larger platforms to come together and straight up attack, because that's what he did. He straight up attacked her integrity and her character, said she had been a has-been. She hasn't had a hit since 2000. And y'all remember Lionel B said the same exact verbatim thing, as well as Adria English, as well as Courtney Burgess. How is it that all these different people have repeated the same? It's almost like a script that they were all text the same script to say, yeah, man, just go on social media and go on YouTube and say, because I was like, I know he did not just come directly for Jaguar to discredit her. It's like, y'all keep trying that. And as you guys are seeing, it's not working. It only works on the dumbasses. It doesn't work on those of us who are really paying attention and can feel and see that this woman is not lying. It works on those who are followers of trends on social media. I just think that that's crazy.
Vlad would love to have Jaguar on his show, right? He would get more views than any interview that he's done all year. He's not stupid. So I don't know why that he would say that he would never allow Jaguar on his platform.
Which is even more crazy that he did say that on Piers Morgan. And then Jaguar produced the receipts of Vlad asking her to come on his platform. Because again, like Jonathan just said, he would get more views having her. So I really feel like Jay-Z paid Vlad to say that shit, because Jay-Z already knows that he's fully aware of the things that Jaguar has been saying about him. So like she said, he starts little fires and then allows other people to put him out. It's almost like the kid that, not only the one that cried wolf, but when you're little and that kid comes up and runs up and hits you and runs away. That's what it's giving. Oh, I'm not going to directly come out and speak against Jaguar. I'm just going to use everybody else on YouTube to do it. And all I got to do is throw them a certain amount of money and they'll go on their platform or on, like he did on Piers Morgan. It's like he knew to anticipate what she was going to say and sent Vlad there to publicly try to humiliate her and publicly discredit her. And I ain't going to even hold y'all. When I seen the comments on YouTube about, like, from the actual Piers Morgan interview, a lot of people were like, did y'all see how he just immediately tried to discredit Jaguar? I mean, people were like, something ain't right. He must be, this must be a setup, because why is he trying so hard to publicly discredit her? Because there's a machine working in the background that is fueling these different content creators to make sure you say this. And yeah, that behavior, Mr. Vlad TV, I'm gonna call it Blad TV. It's very telling of guilt. It's very telling of having probably gotten paid to do so. And it backfired because everybody in them comments was talking shit about him. Everybody. They were like, we don't understand how he could so quickly try to discredit her knowing that she's a survivor of SA. And I even seen in the comments where people were saying that he has been accused of SAing allegedly minors and women in his younger years. So again, these people that are coming together to campaign against Jaguar, they're doing that because either one, there's dirt on them, or two, they're getting paid, or three, both.
When Vlad has allowed killers on his platform. And
say that shit. Literally, people who are for real unalived people, he allows on their platform. And here's the other thing. What makes Vlad a culture vulture is that he tried to align himself with the Black culture by pretending to be down with hip hop and, you know, and like I said, Vlad, how the fuck you talking about Jaguar hasn't had a hit since the 2000s when I've never seen you DJ not Nam Party? Cause see, I remember when he first popped up on the YouTube streets and I used to watch his videos because I was like, oh, okay, he supports us. You know, he supports Black people. Nah. And he used to call his channel DJ Vlad. But then he switched it to Vlad TV, the more views he was getting. And it was like everybody who he allowed on his platform either turned up in jail or unalived. So it's just crazy how Jonathan's saying how he's allowed killers on his platform. I told y'all before when I showed y'all the Gangsta Boo shit that I feel like he was 1000% behind her sacrifice, especially seeing as how her last photo was taken right before, you know, she quote unquote passed away. And she was standing there next to Vlad and he's standing there cheesing, looking like a good old slave master and shit. So it's like, bruh, how you talking about her being a has-been when I don't know anything of you ever producing any sort of music in the hip-hop industry? I've never heard of you being like everybody who has fucked with Candy Coated Nights knows who the hell DJ A1 is. I found out about DJ A1 from watching Candy Coated Nights, not from watching Real Housewives of Atlanta. So we know who DJ A1 is, and we've seen him consistently DJ many celebrity events and parties and shows and tours. I have never seen Vlad produce any music. I have never seen Vlad DJ at anyone's event. So it's like, not you the pot calling the kettle white, because he's not Black. It's like, bro, you have no relevance. And a lot of people stopped fucking with his channel after he did that shit on Piers Morgan. So the only way for Vlad to stay relevant is to talk shit about Jaguar, because otherwise ain't nobody fucking with him. It's just the truth. And everybody has pointed out how niggas come to his platform and end up getting jailed or unalive because he is allegedly an informant. And I absolutely believe that he is. I do. And that's my opinion.
Vlad has stirred up so many of these shootings, like in Jacksonville and in Chicago. Like he's not a good person at all. And like he's the reason why like white people are called culture vultures, because of people like him.
Right.
Right. Like he shouldn't even said anything, because he doesn't believe that. He would love to have Jaguar on Vlad TV because he would get more views than he has for any of these other lame interviews he's doing.
Yeah, I won't argue that. Can I ask you, if you were invited on Piers Morgan, would you accept the invitation?
Of course. I would go on Piers Morgan, and I would want to talk about why that he didn't allow, why he censored his I would want to know. I would want to talk to him and find out why he did that, just going strictly off the word, off no facts.
And I'm
Just off the
curious.
word of the lawyer. That's what I would like to know. I'd love to go on his show. I would never go on Vlad TV show. I'm gonna keep calling it Vlad TV. I never go on Vlad's show. You know, and I think Joe Budden is, you know, real whack too. I've dealt with Joe Budden from Slaughterhouse, right? Crooked Eye, King Crooked, Royce the 5'9", Joe Ortiz. You know, I dealt with Slaughterhouse, right? From the Crooked Eye side mainly. I worked with Crooked Eye for many years. And so I know Joe Budden. And for him to speak out against Jaguar and disrespect her is crazy too. Like, you know, he was defending Star from Star and Buck Wild. Like, and I was shocked. Like, as a man, I was embarrassed to hear Star call her the B word nonstop over and over again. Like, he could have got his point across without saying the B word over and over again. He could still correct her. He could still debate with her. But why disrespect a woman and call her the B word over and over and over again? And then Joe Budden to co-sign that and give that a pass and, you know, be like he agrees with Star.
The reason Joe Budden co-signed that is because that's the way he speaks to women. Those of us who have seen Joe Budden on Love and Hip Hop witnessed him speak to Tahiri like that. We witnessed him also speak to Santana, the mother of his child, like that. He's fucked up. And he says that he's bisexual. But here's the thing about down low men that are very effeminate. They always seek to compete with women, and they always seek to trash women because there is an unhealed part of their childhood trauma where they project that onto women. Joe Budden, if he's normally, and he has been accused of being physically abusive as well. Both Tahiri and Sin told their stories about how he put hands on them. So why are we surprised that he would co-sign another man talking to Jaguar the same way he's been talking to women for years? It really makes sense, you know.
So it's like, okay, you agree with verbal abuse. That's what Joe Budden is saying. I agree with verbal abuse.
Not only, Jonathan, does he agree, he does it. So yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all.
Which is surprising considering that I think Joe Budden is like the adult contemporary podcast. You know, it's just like the older, like at the end of the dial AM radio type, soft, easy listening, whack. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Okay, y'all. So I want to thank all 57 that are tuning in. Please like, share, and subscribe the video. Let's get the likes up so that we can push the video up in the algorithm.
Star, yeah, the conversation between Star and Jaguar, disrespectful a lot of times as far as calling a woman out her name. And I understand some things do get sensationalized, but yeah, you're right. A conversation can be had without getting to that level. But I am curious, if you did have 3 to 5 minutes to speak on Piers Morgan, where, as Jaguar did, he was trying to, of course, uncover the Diddy story, and then she revealed something bigger in regards to Jay-Z and Beyonce, which, again, their lawyer reached out. Within 3 to 5 minutes, what would you have to say if Piers Morgan brought you on to speak about the world of what's happening with Diddy, Puff Daddy?
Honestly, I would say that about Puff Daddy that I'm glad he's in prison. I think that, you know, with Piers Morgan, you have to realize that you're touching millions of people, and you're reaching law enforcement, especially in California, to take a look at CJ Wallace, Biggie's son, and Willie Mack, Biggie's son's boyfriend, his lover, his best friend, his business partner. Take a look at them, because I know how active they were in being involved with Diddy and Christian and the Combs kids, and being around his property because they lived out in LA. So if I were on his show, I would try to get some kind of justice, you know, for that, because to really get law enforcement involved It's kind of like when, you know, what they've done with Diddy and what they did with R. Kelly is you got to bring the media in, and you got to bring the people in to put more pressure on the detectives to go out and investigate, you know, such claims like that. Because I can tell you, Diddy, Biggie's son, CJ Wallace, Willie Mack, and all that relationship needs to be investigated.
Yeah, that's
So it's interesting that he says that. Because I had heard a while back, I had heard that Diddy allegedly had a romantic relationship not only with Biggie's son, but with Biggie. And that had a lot to do with Biggie's unalivement. It wasn't so much about the whole, you know, media promoted all this fighting and gangs and West Coast, East Coast. No, it was said, just like it's been said that Diddy and Jay-Z have had, you know, a decades long relationship. It was said that Biggie and Diddy were behind closed doors a couple. And that also allegedly Diddy, after Biggie passed, Diddy got involved with his son, allegedly. So I don't know if that's true, but I remember hearing that. What was it? This is December. I heard that, I think, back in like March. And I honestly forgot to research it. I will now that he's mentioning it. Because he's saying it without saying it. He's saying that relationship needs to be investigated, not just because they could have allegedly been romantically involved, but because they were allegedly also involved in the trafficking of people.
that's powerful words. Can I ask you, as far as we see a lot of civil cases being brought up, in Diddy, of course, and like you mentioned, R. Kelly, there was some criminal charges, of course, with trafficking and things of that nature. From your perspective of what you see and what you feel and what you hear is going on in the industry, what percentage of things happening is probably civil matters versus what you see might be criminal?
Wait, Nafisha said a woman caught them in an unlocked room. Yeah, Nafisha, I'm telling you, that's the type of shit I heard. These niggas be doing shit behind closed doors and getting caught and then be trying to unalive people for exposing them.
I think Biggie's son is criminal.
And why do you say that?
Just because he was telling me some of the stuff that he was doing for Diddy. That some of the stuff that he was doing, some of the party favors that he was getting. Right? I was there. I was in the circle. I heard about it, talking to me, you know, directly, like, you know, the ketamine and stuff. Well, you know.
There we go again. There we go again with ketamine. And y'all remember the last one where he said, you got to make music to track ketamine. It's about ketamine. And again, for him to have the audacity to request bail because he wants to get all of his little hits and fixes going on.
No, just look into the relationship of Biggie's son, which shouldn't be surprising. We're talking about Biggie and Puff. We're talking about Biggie's son and Puff Daddy. They should look more into that because they were very, very, very close.
You know, definitely understandable. And in your experience, can I ask you, Jonathan, as far as, you know, we look at things like ketamine and the GHB and things of that nature, from your time in the industry, you know, being in studio sessions or, you know, working with clients as a publicist, how freely does the drug flow within the industry? Like, how easily accessible is it to just say, let's get our hands on any type of drug, like whatever whatever you need? Like, is it almost like party favors?
Yeah, but I think more from the studio experience, what I've been through is more like cannabis, more like weed, and like smoking a blunt, like that. That's how it is. What we grew up on is like going to the studio, smoke some bud and smoke some weed and stuff like that. But Diddy, he's real into dance music, and weed is like a downer. Puffy is into dance music and house music and Burning Man and Miami Music Week, and he's into the rave drugs, the uppers, the 2C, and ketamine is a tranquilizer. But if you do ketamine like at a rave show and just like microdose, it's like a totally different vibe. It's like a psychedelic. So he's into that scene, right? So I think the drugs that I experienced, like the parties, it was never really in the studio. It was what was taking place after the studio. Like I never saw anybody like, breaking out like a lot of coke or or ketamine or anything in the studio sessions, always rolling weed and stuff like that. It was afterwards when the partying would start.
And can I ask you, when you saw 120 people come forward with a lawsuit from a Texas law firm against Diddy, what are your thoughts when you see 120 people have joined forces where they have a hotline now where you could call if you've been affected by Diddy's situation? Like, what are your thoughts with that many people coming forward and a law firm taking that many cases to go forward?
I think they said that like last week or 2 weeks ago. I think there's probably another 120 more, and I think it's just going to keep growing. I think it's thousands of people, like Jaguar said.
Do you feel any civil suits may be presented to Jay-Z by any chance?
I do. I think he's already starting to experience it. It's just, listen, it's hard to get things to stick. It's hard to get things, for a police officer to take it to his command and then them take it to the prosecutor and then the prosecutor take it to the grand jury and then the grand jury to file charges. There's so many steps that have to take place, and it's hard to get something to that point. But I think with Diddy being locked up in Brooklyn, I think that he's, because police are talking to him about other things that they could possibly plea deal with. I mean, that's only natural. And that they would love to have some information on Jay-Z, because everybody knows that Jay-Z's corrupt. He's been corrupt for 30 years. He's been corrupt since he came into the business, and people say stuff too. Like, I noticed, like, I'm wearing like this pink thing. Everybody's like, he wears pink, he's gay. It's like, yo, man, I wear pink like as a throwback to camp.
And I still think that that's so dumb that people are still that ignorant. A man wearing pink doesn't make him gay. Just like a woman wearing blue doesn't make her gay. People are just dumb.
Cameron, right? Because Cameron is in Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, my girl, she's in Inwood. That's where she's from. But anyways, Cameron was one of the first people to speak out against Jay-Z, right? When he was dissing him 20 years ago, talking about Jay-Z being gay. Listen to his diss, talking about Jay-Z like a man, talking about Jay-Z being shady. Like, everybody.
Those are facts. Like I said, this is nothing new. Just like it for damn sure ain't nothing new about Diddy, but multiple people in this industry have been exposing these two men for years. Because I even remember, like, the whole Biggie and Diddy alleged relationship. I remember hearing about that around like the 2010s and really even the early 2000s, for real. And then when Tupac came along, it was alleged that Diddy had approached Pac about a relationship, and Pac was like, hell nah. And again, think about the diabolical portion of the Diddler. Think about Drink Champs when he said, "Oh, I like that, Daddy. I like to see you scrambling and scraping." And keeping in mind that Pac was a smaller guy, maybe Diddy was upset because he rejected his advances. Maybe it was a lot more to it than just Kim Porter's alleged relationship with Pac. Maybe Diddy wanted Pac to be a cuckold for him and Kim, and Pac said no. I mean, it could be any of those things. But one thing about Biggie Smalls that I always noticed was that as much as he was a rapper, he was very, he had effeminate mannerisms sometimes. Like sometimes the way he talked, sometimes the way he walked, the way he expressed himself. It just, I don't know. I always kind of felt like Biggie was down low. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was confirmed later that he was.
Everybody's known Jay-Z's been wicked for years. And I know that he's freaking out because they've seen what's going on with Diddy. Absolutely, Jay-Z's next.
And I love that how he said absolutely Jay-Z is next. He is. And I really do believe that's the other reason he's been so silent. It's not just because he doesn't want, I don't believe that it's just because he doesn't want to be associated with Diddy. I believe it's because he knows that he can no longer hide. Now that there is this 13-year-old accusation from 2000 and she has named him. Yeah. It's like if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have heard shit from Jay-Z. And then the audacity to say, and now I got to sit down with my kids. Nigga, you should have thought about that shit before you allegedly did what you did. Especially if you allegedly did it to a girl that's the same age as your daughter. Sit down with your daughter and tell her the truth. I essayed a girl your age, and let's see how well that conversation goes. Let's see if your daughter still looks at you the same, having to live with the shame that her father allegedly raped a girl the same age as her. Had you come clean in the first place years ago, there would be no conversation for you to have to even be trying to have right now, sir. So ain't nobody finna feel sorry for you and you trying to make it seem like, oh, now I got to sit down and talk to my daughter. Nigga, you should have sat down and talked to her when motherfuckers was having rumors about this shit years ago. Hell, you should have had to talk with her last year. You should have had to talk with her when Diddy first got locked up. Like, baby girl, if you hear anything about daddy being involved, I just want to let you know the truth. And now it's have sympathy for me. Like the troll that jumped in my chat, what was it, a week ago? And was like, so you're praying on the downfall of this man and his children? I'm like, bitch, I never said that shit. Don't be putting words in my mouth. I said that all elite predators need to be brought down, and they do, and it's the Most High that's doing it. But in terms of his kids, Jay-Z, that's a you problem. That has nothing to do with us. And those of us who believe that you've done all of these egregious acts, we're not feeling an ounce of sympathy nor empathy for you because you deserve to be exposed. And if anyone needs to know how you really are and who you really are, it's your children. So that they can be protected from you, not you trying to make it seem like, oh, these allegations are really affecting me. No, it sounds more like a guilty conscience. It sounds more like, damn, I've been found out, so now I got to have a conversation with my kids. So if the Most High is uncovering all of your corruption and you really did do these things with young women and young kids that were around the same age as your children, first of all, it's questionable if you should even be allowed around your children, number one. especially if you do actually get convicted, as I've seen you're going to be. What are you going to say when there's enough evidence for you to be locked up? What are you going to tell Blue? I'm sorry. Think about Diddy's kids, the twin girls, his sons, the baby girl, the beautiful little baby girl. What's he going to tell them? Daddy's not getting out of jail. Daddy's going to stay in prison for the rest of his life. Then the children have to walk around with your shame. Again, the children pay for the sins of their parents, generational curses. What happens to y'all's kids, Jay-Z and Diddy? What will happen to your children when you get locked up, especially if Jay and Beyonce get locked up, which I did see that coming. They're going to give the kids to the grand witch, Tina Knowles? Shit is crazy. Like, that's why you need to think about the consequences of your behavior when you decide to essay someone else's child. Now your kids got to pay for the fuck shit you did. And that's not fair to them.
We'll take a quick break. I don't know what's going on with Joker. Hold on.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go, Joker.
Now, I was asking, do you feel like Jay-Z should be saying something right now? Not through his lawyers, not through a third party, but that Jay-Z should be speaking, saying something, if anything.
Absolutely, he should be. I mean, why shouldn't he? There's a lot of people that's calling for him and asking questions. Why isn't he coming out and speaking? Why isn't Beyonce? Why aren't they speaking up for the victims even?
And not only that, why isn't the Me Too movement, which has been funded by Jay-Z, why have we not heard an ounce of anything from Me Too? Not nan word, not a post of support, not any sort of advocacy group trying to come to the aid of these victims. But they sure as shit used it during the R. Kelly. So, I mean, like I said, it's just crazy to me. If Jay-Z is such an upstanding man, an upstanding citizen, sir, why haven't you spoken out on behalf of any of the victims that have come forward against Diddy? It's because you know you're next. It's because you know you're guilty of these things. And one thing about it, you can pledge to Lucifer, you can pledge to Baphomet, you can pledge to Moloch, the owl deity that they allegedly sacrifice children to, but you can't hide from the Most High God. It's just impossible to do that.
They're not doing anything. They're just being quiet because they're waiting and they're scared. Jay-Z and Beyonce are shook, for sure. Once again, I know that they are so scared of an indictment coming down.
And it is.
A superseding indictment with Jay-Z and Beyonce. Because if Beyonce and Jay-Z, right, since Jay-Z likes to watch his wife separately, alone, if Diddy's having a freak off and they're there, we've seen Jay-Z with Diddy at all his parties. If, you know, after everybody leaves and that's when the freak offish happened, why wouldn't Beyonce partake in other things? And, you know, Jay-Z and Diddy, you know, doing their weird freaky shit, you know, jacking off in the corner, whatever they do. Yeah, Diddy's doing it. Diddy's doing it.
Yeah, no. So to add on top of that, we just seen Kanye West get hit with a lawsuit by his ex-assistant for lacing a drink allegedly at a Diddy studio session. And some text messages were revealed in her lawsuit of Kanye West also liking to, you know, do some freaky things, let's just say.
Right.
Yeah, what are your thoughts when, like, now, like, these are the heads of hip hop. Like, is anyone safe? I mean, is everything coming out? Because these allegations, again, they come off as wild. But again, I'll never take away from a victim story, basically. So what are your thoughts when you see like that with Kanye?
Well, this is the old regime, right? A new one's kicking through the door. A new one's emerging because Diddy and Jay-Z and Biggie, those three people, right? Two from Brooklyn and another from Harlem. You know, they were running New York, and New York was like running hip hop, right? They were the East Coast. So Biggie, as we know, has been dead now for what, like 25 years, maybe like 27 years, right? And then you have Jay-Z and you have Diddy, and they're all like clicked up. So when you knock out Diddy, and then you can knock out Jay-Z, it's going to be a completely new industry. And it's been an industry.
And I love that. I love that because that confirms what I was saying at the beginning of my life. That if we can get, if they can bring down the top so-called elite predators, it will not only empower the victims to come forward, but it will put a sense of fear in like people who are now being conditioned to become next generation predators. Like it's definitely been said that Diddy's son Christian has some allegations against him and that he may even be getting arrested soon. So the quicker we can get these people out of the community and behind bars where they belong, the industry can change and actually be about music, as Jaguar says, cruelty-free artistry, which is what it should have always been about from jump. None of this salacious, disgusting, satanic bullshit should have ever happened. If we can get back to the music, especially in hip hop. I mean, again, I'm an 80s baby. I remember growing up, Run DMC, all of them. You didn't hear, I mean, and I'm not saying that it didn't go down because it could have, but you just didn't hear about it. So for everyone to now be able to speak their truth and say, yo, this did happen to me by this powerful elite person. And then once there's enough evidence, presented, they don't have any more power over anybody because now you are being held responsible for what you did. And again, it'll show other predators like, yo, just because your parent or business partner or whatever got away with it for so long, eventually you will get locked up. And hopefully now with all this coming out, it'll be sooner than later. Because what we don't need in the music industry are next generation Diddy's and Jay-Z's. These men that, obtain protection because of their wealth and their fame and their connections. Fuck all of that. Just because you have those things doesn't mean that you should use those things against people for the purpose of essaying them and abusing them. It's absolutely diabolical. So, like I said, I'm going to have to sit down and talk to my kids. That's your karma, my nigga. Literally, that's Jay-Z's karma. That now you have to explain this shit to your own kids. What are you going to tell Blue? What are you going to tell Rumi and Sir when they become Blue's age and they're teenagers and they see all of this shit about their dad? How are you going to, especially if he really does get indicted and locked up, which I definitely see that coming. What do you tell them then? Are you still going to be sending people as plants to say Jaguar Wright's a liar? Are you still going to be threatening and intimidating other people's lawyers and shit like you've been doing now? Or will you finally take responsibility and say, look, this is what I did and this is what I'm doing now to heal it. If y'all could just forgive me as your dad, just something like that. But trying to get us to pander pity from an audience that sees you for who you are, sir, it's just not going to work. That only works on the dumbasses, you know, the followers, basically. Doesn't work on those of us who clearly have insight and are paying attention to the fuck shit you've been doing.
That people like Cameron has wanted since back in the day, and Mace has wanted since back in the day, and you know, cut out all this bullshit that that we've been dealing with in the industry. So I think it's just a new time, and I think it's going to be much more positive. I think it's going to be much more uplifting and not so negative with all this with all this garbage that Jay-Z and Diddy have been the ringleaders on.
And again, now that he's saying this, all I keep hearing is cruelty-free artistry. Now do y'all understand why Jaguar keeps promoting that so much? No one, man, woman, and for damn sure not child, should have to go through being threatened as Rihanna was, being made to be afraid to say no, being made to be afraid to expose either what has happened to them or what they've witnessed happen to other people. It should just be about creating music as an art. So all this negative shit, all this negative energy that keeps circulating, yeah, that's the agenda of the lower realm, to spread chaos and confusion and to shut the mouths of those who are being abused and sacrificed as a satanic ritual abuse, actual like ceremony, I guess you could say, or just satanic ritual abuse. That should have never existed. And the only reason why it has continued to exist is because they wanted it to. Those that are higher than Jay-Z and Diddy and all that, they wanted this. They wanted chaos and confusion. Let's take the distraction off of Hova. And let's put it all on people beefing with each other on YouTube. Meanwhile, there's no music. There's no artistry. There is just chaos. The shit is crazy.
No, definitely. And before we get out of Jonathan, just again, you've been in the industry and you've seen it. I'm just curious, based on the way things, the trajectory of what's happening, just honestly, what do you feel is next? Are there other players that will get involved? What do you see coming next? Just seeing how this is going right now.
Jay-Z indicted.
I love that because I've been telling y'all that. I've been telling y'all that ever since I had the premonition of all the people that are about to get locked up and indicted in 25. It starts with J-Lo, Jay-Z, and Beyonce and Oprah. And then after that, it will be Drake. And then Ray J and Brandy and all the other slew. LeBron is going to be, and that's why LeBron's gotten off of social media. Meek Milk, Kevin Hart, even Usher, and for damn sure Trey Songz and Odell Beckham. And I was looking, when I looked up that video of Bieber and Diddy when Bieber was 15, a video popped up in my feed about 2 weeks ago from Justin Bieber's YouTube channel that I didn't even know existed. And he's starting to low-key speak out. Allegedly, he's been speaking out against Jay-Z and Diddy and them at his church. And I really do hope that's true. And I hope that that young man finds his healing. Because the fact that he was given to Diddy by Usher, who Diddy woke up talking about fighting over Frosted Flakes and shit. I'm just saying. I really feel like Jay-Z will be the first to be indicted in 2025. And Beyonce too.
Wow.
I mean, there's no way that he can't. Right? Jay-Z's business partners, 2 of them are in prison. Diddy, R. Kelly, and then you have Weinstein, 3. Like, and then Jay-Z's been accused of all these things. Jay-Z's going down.
Right.
And it's curious. I'm real curious to see what's going to happen with Beyonce in that situation.
Beyonce is going to be right behind him. I really believe that Beyonce and J-Lo were the women celebrities that were standing by watching every time a young minor was being sacrificed and sexually abused. Again, this is my opinion. It is my opinion that Beyonce and J-Lo allegedly were involved in the satanic side of this freak off shit. And that's why it's taken people so long to come forward and name them by name. And like I said, I do see that Jay-Z will be the one arrested before Beyonce, but she's not going to get away with the shit she's done either. And not just in the freak offs, but in the alleged unaliving of people, especially women who previously dated Jay or may have had sex with Jay or that he may have had feelings for before he got with and married her. Just like that Daughter song lyrics that I showed y'all last night. If she's saying all that in a song, imagine how much more she has said and done in real life. Talking about, I'm just like my father, look at what you made me do, all black and blue. Like, did she have a moment of psychotic insanity? I don't understand when these artists start putting things in their lyrics like that. Are you trying to make a confession? Or are you so heavily influenced by those low vibrational deities that you have no idea that you are ruining your whole entire life and brand by producing lyrics like that? Just like when Rick Ross put in his lyrics, put Molly all up in her drink. She didn't even know it. Took her home, enjoy that. She didn't even know it. Admitting to date raping a girl. It doesn't make sense to me.
Situation.
Definitely. With that being said, Jonathan, again, you speaking your truth, man, it's powerful things, man. It's powerful things. Is there a message you'd like to get out there to either the media, the victims, to the victimizers? Is there any message that you'd like to get out just as far as just to close it out?
Yeah, I mean, nobody has disproven Jaguar Wright. And people feel real threatened by her because she can communicate so well. She can speak better than anybody like I've ever heard. The way her inflections and her cadence and her speech, so she can really bring a point home. And I think that she's been one of the main components that have brought down Diddy. And now she's after Jay, who she's also been after. But I've joined forces with her, right? I'm a soldier for her cause. Like, I believe in it because I've seen the same things. And it's getting worse when I'm seeing. And like, the more that I go in and down this path, the more people that are coming to me, sharing their stories and sharing their truths. And it's uglier than I thought, because I never spoke out about these kind of things because it was just normal. It was just normal for me. It was normal business.
And that's crazy. It's crazy that it was just normal. That is like really wild. Because it was just normal to see this type of behavior. So like I said, imagine how long this has been going on. If it's just normal and it's like a don't ask, don't tell situation, apparently. That's really fucked up.
It's like, oh, you show up to a workplace, all these people are foul and corrupt, but then you clock out on your punch card and you go home and you don't have to deal with it, and then you go back in. But it is very traumatic. It is very toxic, and I'm glad to see it finally. I'm glad to see it finally changing. And like I said, I've said this several times. I'd love for academics to really fact check and look into me and all the people that I'm connected to, starting with Drake and then going down to Jay-Z. And then people can see that what I'm saying is 100% the truth. And what Jaguar is saying is 100% the truth.
Jonathan, I have one more question before we get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Well, what have you alleged that Jay-Z has done? Like, the victims have that Jay-Z has done to the victims? What are the victims saying?
The victims are saying that they've been through the same type of things with Diddy, that what they're saying about Diddy, they're saying about Jay-Z. Numerous women, and I've dealt with a few that I've heard from, and I didn't know it was the truth. I didn't know what was, real or what wasn't. But just the people contacting me, telling me that they don't, that this one woman that like broke my heart, she contacted me on Instagram and she was talking about her story, and then we FaceTimed, and she was completely broken. Her husband didn't know. She made me swear that I would never tell anybody, but she just wanted to share this with me. She couldn't go to the police. She couldn't go to counseling. She couldn't do anything because she didn't want anybody to know. But she was telling me her experiences with Jay-Z, and it was just crushing. It was chilling what she was telling me, right? And there's nothing that she can do because she doesn't want her husband to know. She doesn't want her children to know. She doesn't want her community to know, right? So, but she wanted to get it off her chest because it's trauma for her. It's eating at her. So that's the type of stuff that I've been dealing with and listening to.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna pick this back up, man. Just thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
So yeah, it is amazing to me how much of what Jonathan has said definitely corroborates everything that Jaguar has been saying for years. And yeah. Nafisha, I forgot about you, love. Are you still there? Forgive me. I did forget about you. I just remembered that you had came onto the platform, love. Okay, let me see. It says that you are still on mute on your end. Hold on. What's going on? It says I can't unmute you because you muted yourself. Did you mute yourself? It won't let me unmute you. Oh,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think this is my third time ever doing a live. So anyway, how are you?
Blessed. How are you?
Yes. I wanted to say, there's another cast, like another channel or podcast that it's not really a podcast, it's more like a channel. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, but it's called MREC TV. And
what is it called?
MREC TV. You know MREC?
I haven't heard from them.
Oh, wow. Well, there's going to be, Jaguar might be performing. I hope she's still going to do it. When she was on the show, I was on there one day listening, and she went on there, and I think she was making up with someone. I don't really know everybody's names and all, you know.
Is this what it's
Um,
called? What Lord in the chat? Is that what it's called? Rec Mob?
Yeah, the Rec Mob. Yeah, Rec
Okay.
Mob. Oh yeah, Lord, that's you. Hey.
I'm gonna have to look that up. No,
Yeah, because you love Jag, and we're gonna be like, there's gonna be a ladies' night, and you have to know about that. That was like really one of the reasons why it's so late. I'm like just trying to comb this hair out, girl, before I get in the shower and go to bed. But yeah, it's, I think you would get a lot of support there. And it's just really good people. You know, everybody has their trolls and stuff like that. But I wanted to tell you that I'm usually just a watcher. I'm not really the type that participates in like YouTube and stuff like that. I just literally help people behind the scenes. But it really, like, the people that I do help, they push me and they're like, you should be out there. You need to, you know, get a YouTube. You need to do this. You need to get an Instagram. And I just haven't. I haven't done that because the word of mouth is strong, and there are people that I do help. And one day, I was listening to MREC, and I didn't know who he was. I was just trying to get my room ready, you know, taking some advice from friends, and you know, I said, you know what, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do my health channel and get my music and everything together, and then I couldn't really find anything on YouTube, and then I heard NREC's voice, just him talking, like, and talking to the people, and I just like literally fell in love with his energy, and I started listening to him. Like, anytime he came on, I don't know what it was about him. He was just so real. Plus, I'm from New York. I live out here in Maryland, and his voice was just, and I grew up in East New York, but I'm from Queens, and he just sounds like my people that I don't really hear, you know. And it turned out that he's from exactly where I grew up, and I became like a sponsor of the channel because
I just looked up because I went to your channel and subscribed. And then
went to whose channel?
Your channel, your YouTube channel.
I have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, apparently.
No, you mean like I have a channel?
Well, yeah, like your YouTube, you know, your
you
name.
Can subscribe to someone's like YouTube? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, and I just looked up Rec Mob and
oh yeah, Rec Mob.
You know who he is. And I actually just subscribed to his. I do know who he is because I've seen videos of his floating around on YouTube. So yeah.
He is wonderful, and so was Rec Mob, the family there. So that was the first channel that I ever, like, I would say I ever like gave myself to. You know what I mean? Like, as far as I am like a listener. I've always been a listener since I've been on YouTube years ago. I'm old. And so that was the first channel that I ever really was like, you know what, I have to call. And do you know why I had to call? I had to call that day because this was this summer, and it was because of Jaguar. And it was because of Jag. People were calling in, and you know, everybody had this thing, and that's what I love about MREC. Like, he's very neutral. He doesn't like judge people or argue with people. He lets the people talk. He lets us say our opinion and get what we have inside out. And so everyone had, you know, we can call in and say what we want to say, you know, as long as we keep it clean. And but you know, he's not going to, you know, he's going to be more of a moderator, you know.
Gotcha.
And I really like that about him. And people were calling in and saying some really nasty things about Jaguar. So I tried to, like, I don't know why, but she was the reason why. She was my inspiration to even make the phone call. Right. So I didn't think that I was going to get through, though, but I said I have to try. So when I called, I couldn't even believe I got through, and so I was a little nervous or whatever. And but then towards the end, I said something. I said something to her defense a little bit, but not in a way where it offended anyone. But I just felt like, so I don't know why, because I don't know her or anything like that. I was just kind of looking at what was going on. Plus, like I told you, I've been through trauma. I can understand like the things that were going on. I was just drawn to it, and I just had to say something, and that's what like brought me to that channel. And then I ended up becoming like a sponsor, like just sponsoring it, and just anytime I can, just being a donator, and it's a really just wonderful network. And for anyone, I don't care if you have a business or not, if you need to, it's a fun place too. And it's all about the music, and I am a performer. So I haven't performed like in a while, but that's like what I do. That's what I was born for. Like I was a singer since I was a little girl, got kicked out of Sunday school, and they said that they didn't really want me there. I was just a little girl. I asked too many questions, but they was like, and then my mom was like, is she kicked out of choir? And they were like, no, we want her here practicing 3 days a week. Like I could sing, but they didn't want me asking questions about the Bible and the different things that didn't make sense to me as a child. So so that's what kind of like brought me into like what's going on here, like what is this religion thing all about? And so it's like I love the fact that there's so much talent on there, but I don't really talk about that because I'm in the middle of like trying to get my little studio together, and I don't want to like put it out there like that with so many thousands of people on there, because there is a lot of different energy on there, and that energy, you just don't know who's bringing different things on you, because there's different opinions, and you have to watch. I know I have to watch my energy. Right. And so until I'm like really doing something and I can like send in something, I don't really talk about that to too many people.
Gotcha.
So, but when I heard you on the first, I actually thought you were Love Jones, because when you were telling your story, I'm telling you right now, D, her story, she has it on live. She's very open, just like you. And guess what? She's a Scorpio.
Is she?
Okay. Yes, she's a Scorpio.
That explains her energy then. Because when I seen her on Storm Monroe, she's very seductive.
She's a Scorpio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's very outspoken.
And so I don't know what brought me, because that was like the same, I would say, the same like within that month, like a couple of months that I was on MREC TV, I was just like kind of like I was doing some hair, because I make like lace wigs and stuff like that. I do a lot of different things. I have a lot of different things that I do. But I was like making some, and I'm doing some hair tonight too. It's so weird. I'm doing hair at the same time that she was telling her story. It's very, very, it's just very synchronizing. And when she was telling her story, it really warmed my heart. And so I gave her a little cash app, and she was like, "Thank you," and she's just so sweet. And but she's kind of like out there like that, she's sweet. And her story is almost exactly, I'm going to try to find that live and find a way to send it to you.
Are you on Instagram?
I'm not on anything. It bugs people out, because I do hair, like say if I'm out and they're like, "Oh my God, I love your lace front." And I'm like, "Oh, I made it from scratch," or I make clothes. I'm a designer. I do a lot of stuff. And they're like, "What's your Instagram?" I'm like, "I don't." They're like, "Girl, you need to do it." So I literally want to get an Instagram so I can DM you. Literally.
It's so easy. You just have to sign up with an
I
email.
know my sister signed me up for one. I have one out there in the world, but I've just never really been on there.
Got
You
it.
know, she like made me have one, and I don't even know. I can't even get into it because it was so many years. So I'm just gonna open one up. I'm not. I'm a little computer savvy, so I'll be like, you know, those AI things that you were talking about last night with your AI images
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you said that I do stuff like that too. I love doing stuff like that.
Yes, that's what's
So
up.
yes, I love that. We have a lot in common. Like we have a lot in common. And I felt like that about that's what I told Love Jones. I was like, I feel like I resonate with you because the same thing happened. It makes me feel like you guys went to the same church or something. I don't know.
See,
But
I've seen her on Storm Monroe's channel. I don't
she has her
remember.
own, it's Love Jones.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't, because I've seen her on Storm's channel. Was it earlier this year? But I don't recall seeing any of her actual content. I just remember
Yes, she
seeing her
goes
on
live downtown. She goes like
Okay.
to Manhattan and she'll talk to you. She'll be in her room with her cute little pictures behind her.
Thank you, Lord,
She,
Lord. Thank you for
huh?
I was telling Lord, Lord, thank you for
Oh
subscribing.
yeah, Lord, Lord, what's up, Rec Mob? There's family here. You see, we always find each other. I was on another person's channel, Cam, because he's in the NOI, and he used to rap with Ice Cube, but he doesn't want to deal with a lot of the, you know, terrible things that's going on right now, and he's not.
Right.
Ice Cube like looks up to him, and he's very like, he's a rapper. He still is, and I just love his channel. But it's mostly men on there because a lot of women they can't really take being on that channel. But I'm kind of like a weirdo, you know. I'm a Pisces, so I'm like a chameleon. But so these are the three, like now, these are like the three channels I'm on. Like I'm on Cam's, and one day I was on Cam's channel because it was his daughter's birthday. The other day she turned 11. And then someone from Rec Mob, they went on and they were like, Nafisa, is that you from Rec Mob? And I was like, yeah, it's me. And the guy, his name was King something, I forgot. But he was like, Cam, she's a real one. She's a real one, Cam. So, but yeah, so it was all like within like 6 weeks that, you know, I found them. And
That's
so this whole like, you know, calling in the show and like, you know, doing like the super chats and stuff, it's new for me, but I want to support people. Plus, we need more people like that out there. We just need it. And I hope you could make it to the to the ladies' night, because Jaguar, she might sing. She might actually perform a song because Emright asked her to perform. You might like that. Where do you live? Well, oh wait. You might not want to say that.
Yeah.
Like on
I'll take a look on his channel and because I just subscribed to it.
Yeah. I listen to Rec Mob like religiously. And when I can.
So real quick, you said that she does a ladies' night on his channel?
No. He's gonna have a ladies' night. I don't know if he did the I don't know if Lord could put it in the chat. What was that comedy thing that he did? And it was out here. It was in Baltimore. I live in Maryland, but I don't live in Baltimore. I live like in the suburbs. So he's gonna be doing his show out here. So and you want to know what D? I was already subscribed to your channel and I didn't even know it. I just must have subscribed. Yeah, I didn't even know it because I went to look and I'm like, oh no, I gotta subscribe so I can get a notification. I was already subscribed, and that was the first time that I listened to you was last night.
I appreciate it. Thank you, because I seen you in the chat on Jaguar's live, and because I was already in the panel, I couldn't, tap down in the
Sean Atwood?
No, on her live this evening.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
because I stopped going on it really made me sad about Jaguar, like what was going on with her and
Right.
whatever
Right.
stalking that they were doing with her.
Right.
And I just felt like right when I was getting ready to like start like trying to like, she just had a lot of people and energy around her, and I was so sad about what I was seeing just in the community that I pulled back from like YouTube a
Right.
little bit, because it really, when I saw what was happening with her,
It hurts, especially when
yeah,
you're empath, because we can feel their energy. I mean, and that's why when I jumped on her panel, I encouraged her, because
yeah,
she's under a lot of pressure, and people don't understand, like, when you have PTSD, how easily you can get triggered when there's too much negative energy, and it takes you to that place of it tries to trigger that depression and bring in those lower realms. So when I seen her
yeah.
getting emotional on the Sean
Mhm.
Atwood interview, the live that she did with him, I could feel her. I could literally feel
Yeah,
her pain and her sorrow and her grief, not only about the people that were attacking her, but about the friend that she lost and the guilt
yeah,
she was carrying. I just started to pray for her, because it hurts us as empaths. It literally
yes,
hurts us to see people we care about hurt. And it's like you just want to rescue them, and you just want to take away their pain and just make it feel better. And so that's why when I jumped in there, I was like, I'm really proud of you, because PTSD is nothing to play with. PTSD, I
oh,
know.
I have it.
Yeah, people can unalive themselves behind PTSD. So it's not a game when people just
It's
start
not.
bashing on people. It's not.
I didn't even know I had it that bad. It was around the time, like maybe like 4 or 5 months before my mom passed,
Mhm.
and I thought that I was watching a scary movie, but like everybody in the house was telling me that I was screaming in the bed, and I didn't know it. I was like, no, I was watching a scary movie. They were like, no, Nafisa, like you were screaming, and you were just screaming, and I was like, but I don't. But that was a TV, and they were like, no, it was you, like.
Mhm.
And today I kind of had a little bit of an outburst with a friend, and I didn't mean for that to happen, because I'm really not like that, but it just like kind of like comes out. But I apologize right away. Like I'm
Yeah.
not.
I mean, and we all have that. I know with me having PTSD and then Graves' disease, it makes my hormones constantly fluctuate. And when I get triggered, I will go off, like snap on
Yeah.
people. And my
Plus, you're
doctor
a
explained
Scorpio, sweetie,
that
so
too.
you got
Well,
that
not,
going too.
yeah, that too. But the doctor explained, she said it's called Graves' rage,
Mhm.
because your hormones are spiking and plummeting,
Mhm.
plus the sleep deprivation, plus the PTSD. And so it's like, I don't like when I do go off on people, but it only happens if they have like repeatedly, it's just like a kid that constantly is poking you and all
You're
of a sudden
right.
you snap on them. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not that you intend to be that way, but PTSD,
No.
a lot of
Mhm.
people don't know how to deal with people. And it takes a lot of patience and delicacy to know how to handle someone suffering from that. So when Jaguar is popping off on people,
Oh yeah.
what I'm seeing is PTSD. That's why I said she's been through
Mhm.
sustained trauma, that it's been too much. So yeah, at some point, if a person keeps fucking with you, you're gonna pop off. And it's not to say that it's okay to do it, but it's a natural reaction. And then, like you
Yes.
said, you apologize and hopefully people understand. But I know a lot of people in my life that didn't, even though I told them, hey, I have PTSD from being raped and abused, and then there's grave rage, and it's sleep deprivation for sure. If I haven't
Oh
had
yeah.
sufficient sleep, and then you keep fucking with me, like, I'm gonna end up snapping on your ass. So I would rather just walk away from you, or shut down on you, instead of you want me to like go back and forth or argue with you. Nah, because I already know how I'm finna be. So I'd rather just leave.
Yeah, you see, you rather leave. You see, with mine, even though I'm the one that's popping off and I can't like shut it off at the moment, I want to solve it too at the same time. That's like that Pisces. They want to not walk away without doing it, and so that's not good either. It's not a
Yeah.
good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really better to walk away.
Yeah. And I know,
It
like,
really
for
is.
instance, one of the ladies that I had recently befriended, she's a Pisces, and she triggered me one day because she's very argumentative with everybody. But then she tried that shit with me, and I said, bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you don't leave me alone, I know I'm gonna snap on you. So like, leave me alone. And she wouldn't. She just kept arguing and kept yelling and then I snapped on her, and then she like got mad at me for snapping, talking about, well, I'm not finna let you yell. I said, you literally just stood here and said a bunch of negative shit to me while I was sick, and then you proceeded to raise your voice. You proceeded to keep persisting and wanting to be argumentative. And with Scorpios, we already know if I don't walk away from this motherfucker, I'm about to snap on them in a way.
And Pisces are bad when they're bad.
Yeah.
Like if you don't know how
Yeah.
to control yourself and you don't know what your actual
Did it.
weaknesses are.
I was like, bro, I said, let me tell you something. You cool, but I've witnessed you do this shit to other people in public, and you not finna do it with me. Because I'll look, one thing about me, I'll block a person so quick. I don't care. Like I could have known you for years, but I'm just not finna do it. Because I know me, if I do that, having graves, it can make me have a heart attack or a stroke. So if I start having chest pains or palpitations, I'm shutting the fuck down immediately.
You can't have that. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
can't
can't
have
deal
that.
with
And
that shit.
you know, there's so many, like, you were talking about your hormones and stuff.
Mhm.
That's the kind of stuff that I do. That's how because when my mom was dying, she was supposed to like not be here. Like when she found out she had cancer in October, like she actually found out in the sign of Scorpio that she had cancer in the in the October month of breast cancer month.
Yeah.
And then she died the day before Thanksgiving, but she was supposed to die like 3 months, right? And I went all in. Like everything was about health. And my mom lived almost 4 years. But people weren't I realized what food addiction was. I saw that she wanted to go back to certain things. The cancer actually started healing. But I was supposed to go through all of that for a reason, and I was supposed to see a lot of bad things happened. And but I learned a lot. And before my mom passed away, she was like, Nafisa, you are a healer. And she's like, you will heal people. And I felt happy. And then she goes, but you're not going to heal me because I'm ready to go.
Right.
And then it just put me right back down, and she's like, Nafisa, you're going to heal other people. And you know what? She was right. She was right. And, have you ever thought about like the different, do you know that like different medicinal mushrooms help a lot of the like endocrine system, like the the different mushroom teas and stuff? You should.
Right.
That stuff
I've
really
already been researching all that, because like I said, I'm into natural holistic healing and Reiki. And so I know about the what is it called? Yam paste. There's different holistic things that I am already researching and getting started to do, because I promised myself I would not be on pharmaceutical pills. After I, went out during the pandemic and I seen all these damn pills I was taking, I was like, no, I can heal myself. And I can honestly even heal the half of my thyroid that's overactive with the purple sea moss gel. It's just a matter of, having the resources to have everything to make the natural healing medication. But I actually have my own recipes and things that I've researched that can help to treat a lot of these conditions. The main thing is I am manifesting, speaking into existence, getting back in my own place, because that has everything to do with my energy, being an empath, being a clairvoyant, being a psychic, being surrounded
Yes.
by people that are on a lower frequency, whether I want to pick up on their energy or not, I just do.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like,
Yes.
the hurricane coming through, the
Yes.
displacement, the constant moving and stuff, that has everything to do with why certain things are at a halt right now. But that doesn't mean I'm not researching and
Of
still
course not.
preparing for it.
hmm
And I believe and I know that everything that is for me is coming towards me. Like I really had to get to a place of not engaging with people who constantly speak about lack, not
hmm
engaging with people who are constantly saying that they're broke, they don't have
Mm.
it, because I lost a lot this year, but I
hmm
have more than enough of everything I need. And even in my current circumstances, like, and especially I keep having premonitions. I had one this morning, and I was in a brand new place. I mean, brand
hmm
new. I don't know
That's
where this
because you're
place.
gonna be in one.
Right. Like it was brand new. There was people there that were high vibrational that I had invited over. I was cooking. It was like everything that I had lost, I had got back 100,000 fold. So for me, even, with these conditions, I already know that I'm healed. This is the part of my
Yes, that's
journey.
right. You have to.
Literally,
You
like
have to know that already.
this is the part where I'm being used as an example of faith,
That's
and
right.
God revealed that to me. Like I put you in this position to prove that the mountain could be removed. I put you in this position to prove
That's right.
that you can heal yourself, you can overcome, you can bounce back, you can be resilient no matter what you have faced and gone through. Because when I tell you, when that hurricane first hit, and I was going to all these different, hotels and
Mm.
Airbnbs and extended stays, it would be like shit would get booked in a day, like 2 days, because
hmm
so many people. I mean, even when I went to my storage, there was like the gang of people, like so many people lost their homes, lost their livelihood, lost everything, and still bouncing back. So it's like, I'm grateful that regardless, God has kept me, because there was a point in August where I felt like I didn't want to live no more. And my
hmm
cousin-in-law had to speak life into me, because I was like, I'm tired of being sick. I'm speaking abundance, I'm speaking manifestation, I'm praying. And what she told me, and what even the Most High told me, is you need to take care of yourself.
That's right.
Like the stuff that you can heal naturally, heal it, but the stuff that requires medical procedures, get that done. And so me being a healer, I know this journey and what I'm going through, even what I share with y'all tonight, it's all a part of the testimony, the test part of the testimony. And because God keeps showing me my future is why I do keep going, seeing myself married to my divine masculine, seeing my baby
hmm
girl, then putting her in my arms, then putting my son in my arms, seeing us together being a
hmm
powerful force. And even before that, me seeing my own individual dreams being fulfilled. I saw myself presenting my movie, Gog versus Magog, in this huge auditorium in front of thousands of people. And he was right there encouraging me. And like, I was like, damn, all of that's about to come. So I can't give up, bro. Like I gotta just keep it pushing no matter what. And I believe God for what I'm being shown. Like there's a lot of people speaking negative right now of me, against me. Oh, that's karma. Oh, that's
You
what
wanna know what? I'm glad that I never heard it.
you
I'm
know.
glad that I never heard it.
It's like, bro, that ain't even what it is. The very people speaking negative of me did not give no fucks about my health conditions and knew what I was going through. They didn't even try to understand when I would say I need space because I'm grieving. I'm very private. I don't want to, like, even crying with y'all. I don't even like to do that. I don't like people to
I
see.
could tell. I
You
could
know,
tell.
it's like it's a very vulnerable, private place, because I've had people exploit my vulnerabilities. I tend to go into that Scorpio protective mode of not letting people see when I'm hurting. But then I realize that if I am open and transparent, maybe somebody else will feel comfortable to just be
I'm
themselves,
honored.
you know.
I'm honored. I
Lord, I'm
really am.
sorry to hear that, my love. I'm
No, I said I'm
speaking.
honored.
No, I was
Oh, I'm
responding
sorry.
to
I'm sorry.
their comment. Yeah, I
Oh,
see
yeah. Oh,
restoration.
yes. So many people.
Yeah,
Oh, Lord, Lord. Oh,
yeah. So it's just
No.
like I said, I really am trying to be an example of faith. Faith is the substance
You
of
know what the important thing is about your example, though, is that a lot of people don't realize that if they want something, they can't think about if you're thinking about sometimes you know what you just said. You said, I have that. I
Mhm.
already have it.
Right.
And I know that's hard for a lot of people to feel like I already have
When you
when they
lost
don't have
everything.
anything,
Right.
when they feel like they don't have anything. But that
Right.
is how you have to feel to put yourself in that frequency
Right.
so that the reality
You can attract it. You have to already be
matches that.
Yeah, you have to already be in the frequency of not only
Yes.
receiving, but knowing that you deserve it. And I was like, of all the shit I have gone through this year, I definitely deserve my blessings. So,
That's right.
you know, and I ain't gonna hold you. Like for a while, yeah, I was getting frustrated, like, damn, I don't have this, I don't have that. And then I just said, you know what? I'm a limitless being. Why am I limiting myself? Why am I focusing on everything that I lost when if I shift my focus, I can manifest exactly what I know I deserve? I teach manifestation to people. So I have to remind myself, do exactly what you have shown and let God use me as the example of how you can go through a lot and still bounce back and still be resilient. But you have to have the faith. You have to know you're worthy. You have to know you deserve it. And you have to believe that it's going to come. And I thank God that I do have the gifts of premonitions. Because like I had told my second mom, if I would have focused on all the negativity, all the shit that happened to me, I would have unalived myself. And I've never thought about doing that. So it's like, yo, I know I deserve this because I've gone through hell this year. There's been some good times, but there's been a whole lot of bullshit. And I've endured all of it. I've done what God told me to do. I've prophesied to people. I've prayed with and for people, even when they came against me. So I'm like, nah, y'all owe me. And when I say y'all, I mean my ancestors and the angels. Y'all owe me my due. But until then, I will wait on the Lord. Just like that song, I will remain confident in this. I will see the goodness of the Lord. That song plays in my spirit every day. The Lord is my light and salvation. So it's like, okay, I'm going to just keep it pushing. So like I said, when I look at Jaguar and I'm like, damn, she's been through even worse than what I've been
Listen,
going through.
for some reason, my heart, like whenever I hear you say that, I just have to just interrupt for a second. When I hear you say like she's been through work, hey, I'm just going to use this analogy just so that you can see where I'm coming from, so you can feel me. If somebody's arm gets cut off, if someone's hand gets cut off, it doesn't make their hand hurt any less.
Right. No,
If
I'm
someone's
saying
hand
I
gets
look
cut
at
off,
her.
it doesn't make, and
Yeah.
someone's pinky or thumb
Yeah.
gets cut off, it doesn't make it hurt any less. You are strong. You have been through a lot,
Yeah.
a lot, a lot. And don't, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying, it's not a competition,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is that I feel as though you, like, you're just so empathetic, like you can feel, you have empathy.
Right.
You have
Right.
and I know what that's like because I can walk into a room and if I'm weak at that moment and my energy is not up, I will collect all of the bad energy in the room. But when I'm good, if I walk in a room, demons can't stay in there.
Right.
Or I will change the energy of that demon.
Energy. Right.
While
Right.
I'm in there, that demon will not be a demon because the light that's in me. And you have that, and you've been through a lot. I've been through a lot. A lot of people have been through a lot, and the people that haven't been through a lot, they still have the empathy, especially like the people on your channel.
Right.
They have that empathy, people, a lot of humans, we don't want to see other people hurt, but in this world that we live in, when I'm looking around, it's like people want to see other people hurt, and that hurts.
Because
It
they're
hurts.
not healed. And that's the thing. Only people who enjoy seeing other people hurt are people, because again, hurt people hurt people. Those are people who are not healed. And so, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I do receive it, because when I'm saying that about Jaguar, it's like she inspires me to see if she could go through all she went through.
Oh, we don't believe that witches witches are demonic. We don't well, we don't believe that. Yeah. I'm sorry. Look at me. I'm looking at the chat.
No,
she's
defending us, and that
oh,
is
okay.
She's defending us because
yeah.
Again, the only people that say witches are demonic are people that don't have any knowledge of the spiritual realm. That's why I don't let it get to me. Oh, I've been called. Trust me, I'm from the apostolic.
Yeah, they call me a witch too.
They say that all the time.
I used to think it was an insult, and one time someone called
not.
me a witch, and she was like, "No, that's a compliment." She's like, "Certain people, you walk into the room, and I never seen that person act like that. Like you brought good out in someone that I never saw could like be nice." And I'm like, "Really? I never knew that they were like that." You know, like
it's a compliment because what it means is that they see that your frequency elevates theirs, and to be honest, it also means that they are. They feel intimidated because they wish that they had the higher frequency. And so when people like, I don't even get offended if people are like, "Oh, you're a witch, you're demonic." I educate them and I say, well, let's just be very clear. We are all, every human being on this planet, whether you're of light or dark, you have a spirit within your body. So we are limitless beings having a limited experience on a planet, and we are all witches. It just depends on what frequency you tap into. And I don't get offended. That's why I even said tonight, like I was like, if people keep asking me, am I a witch? Yes, I am. I am a light worker, meaning I bring light and healing to people, but don't get it twisted. I'm a Scorpio. We are the sign of transformation, death, and rebirth. So just as much as I am light, I can tap into the darkness when I need to protect myself. I absolutely will, and that's just what it is. But it's not like, oh, I'm studying dark magic. No, I study energy. Energy is a frequency.
Well, you have to know what the devil is if you're going to not be that.
Right.
And sometimes people don't even know that what they're doing is demonic because they don't believe in it, and they don't realize that that's what they're exuding.
Right.
You have to know. The devil knows you.
Right.
So I mean,
and there's nothing wrong with educating yourself, like I said, about frequency. When I was doing all that spiritual warfare, for those churches and cults, the only way I was able to the only way I was able to defeat those demons was to have knowledge of who they were and what energy they feed off and what energy within the person invited it. So it's like if that having that gift makes people feel like I'm demonic, what it's telling me is that they lack spiritual knowledge. So how can I be offended at someone else's ignorance? I can only
it's like being mad at a baby.
Yeah.
Or a kid or a child. When I feel like when someone's putting bad energy on me, it doesn't matter how far they are, if they're my family, there's a feeling that I feel like somebody's digging something in my back. And every single time, that's why I don't like to tell people like, oh, I'm getting ready to do this or start this project, because sometimes people act like they're your friend and they want you to fail. So that's why I'm pretty much a loner like that. But I could feel it digging in my back, and I'm like, man, what is going on? And then I'll have to think like, who was I around? What did I say? And when I know that that's what's happening, I can turn it off.
So let me answer Amanda's question, and then I am gonna jump off because I feel
you're an hour. I think you're an hour smaller than me. I think maybe I'm gonna get like 2 hours.
Amanda said, it's a light worker. What's the other one that's bad? Oh, light bearer. So a light worker is can be considered like a good witch or like a high priestess spiritualist. A light bearer is one who bears light of Lucifer, when they say, oh, Lucifer, son of the morning, light bearer. That's where I will never, ever profess to be a light bearer. Joy is Real says, D, I'd be amazed at the ladies that are drawn to this channel. We are so alike because it's alignment. Yes. Joy, seriously, it really is divine alignment. Amanda, you're welcome. So yeah, I love everybody.
Oh yes, I love everybody.
I appreciate all of you guys. But I am fully feeling my sleep aid kicking in. And Nafisha, I just want to say to you, thank you for your positive energy tonight. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
And speaking and, just your energy. And thank you to everybody tonight.
Yes.
Like I said, this is something I'm working on in terms of, not bottling up what I'm going through. And I appreciate all of your outpouring of love, everybody's, encouragement. Yes. Because on a human level, on the human side of things, it's not easy, but every time I feel empowered after I release, and then again, thank you to Jaguar for speaking to me tonight.
I'm getting that Instagram now. Now you really motivated me. Like my little sister's gonna be like, oh yeah, so someone else can get you. I'm getting that Instagram. I'm gonna you have motivated me. I need to get that health thing going so that it could help someone. It could help someone that I'll never even meet, that I've never even seen, And
when you do, my Instagram tag is the same as my YouTube channel. So just shoot a DM and let me know, like, hey, this is it pronounced Nafisha? Am I saying it right? Or am I saying
I was just about to tell you, I didn't want to be rude, but it's pronounced Nafisa. It's not with the SH.
Gotcha.
It's Nafisa. It means precious.
Okay. Because I was like, I hope I'm saying it right. So I remember.
It's okay because because the H is on the N and the S and the H always makes people do that. But it's Nafisa.
Nafisa and Lord, and all the people tonight that subscribe.
Oh, y'all see you tomorrow. I'll catch you tomorrow on MREC. I'm gonna see y'all on MREC or catch y'all on there.
So I'm gonna go ahead.
You have a good night. You get some sleep, girl.
I am. I'm about to go to sleep right now. Thank you again, Boo. So yeah, I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you guys, like from the bottom of my heart, DzPeepz. Like I said, we are family here. I appreciate all of your encouragement, your love, your positive energy. Thank you for everybody that tuned in and engaged in the chat. Thank you for everybody that left the super chats. For those that do want to support my channel, you can definitely send a blessing to my Cash App. It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And also my PayPal. And if not, just send a prayer. That definitely helps. And you guys pray for all the victims whose voices have not been heard. Pray for all the victims who are still being victimized, that they will be healed, because that's truly, truly what it is about. So again, thank you. Thank you all so very much. Come back again tonight. We're going to review Jaguar's interview with Sean Atwood on the Sean Atwood channel. She gave a lot of really great information about, the cases and just everything that's going on. And above all, you guys, let's keep Jaguar uplifted in prayer because she is facing a lot. And also let's keep our family member A-Dub's mother-in-law in prayer. I was so happy to hear that she's doing better, and that it sounds like, I think he said there was a really good news report he gave me. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your kindness. And I need to go to bed because I am about to fall asleep at this laptop. But again, thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And please come back again tonight. And you guys have a very beautiful day, okay? Love y'all, DzPeepz, so much.